Good morning. We're starting our January 26th Planning Board meeting. The first item is 1A, adoption of resolutions. We have two this morning. Rich Meadows, parcel 606, administrative subdivision plan number 6/2024-010, MCPB number 24-119, and Rich Meadows, parcel 606, forest conservation plan number F 2024-0060, MCPB number 24-12. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 5-0. The next is item 1B, approval of minutes. We have one this morning, minutes of December 19th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it 5-0. The next is item 2, record plats. We have one this morning, subdivision plat number 2/2025-0480 Meadow Suite, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 5-0. The next item 3 is regulatory extension request. We have two this morning. The first is Ancient Oak Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 6/2024-0220 and preliminary / final forest conservation plan number F 2024-1000, regulatory extension request number 2, and the second is Ruby Senior Homes preliminary plan number 1/2025-0030, regulatory review extension request number 1. Do I have a motion for approval of these two extension requests?
Move to approve both the regulatory extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 5-0. Now we're going to item number 4, roundtable discussion, where we have Jason Sartori, our planning director, to present his report. Welcome, Jason.
Good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. So I am going to take my first director's report of 2025 and begin with a retrospective of our work and our accomplishments from 2024. So actually, if we could just go ahead and switch to our production.
It was a gorgeous fall weekend for placemaking in Damascus. Planners worked with the community to reimagine a portion of Main Street for the Damascus Placemaking Festival in October. The event was a huge success, bringing the community together in a fun way while cultivating a shared vision to reinvigorate Main Street.
I've never seen Main Street brought to life like this. It was really awesome to see all the local people come out and show up, and it really makes it feel like a great community atmosphere.
Led by our Historic Preservation Office, we joined Montgomery Parks in unveiling 4 permanent historic markers. It was part of our joint Remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories program that highlights underrepresented topics in local history. An unveiling ceremony in May focused on the marker at Wheaton Veterans Park that honors Montgomery County civil rights leaders Elsie and Romeo Horad. The couple helped Black Montgomery County residents buy homes despite then legal restrictive covenants.
I'm so proud to have this marker that will help generations of county residents and visitors understand their legacy.
Having it in such a beautiful park, a public place, people who are walking by, it gives them a touchstone to understand, just a little bit better the history that we have here in Montgomery County.
The other markers can be found at the Forest Glen Metro Station and in 2 parks in the county. The Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science, was approved by the Planning Board in April, and then in July, the County Council gave the plan final approval.
The key recommendations in the plan are really focused on making the Life Sciences Center in the Great Seneca area into a complete community. So really creating a mixture of uses, of lab uses, of residential uses, and amenities like parks.
Every 4 years, the county's Growth and Infrastructure Policy, or GIP, must be updated. In August, the Planning Board transmitted its recommended update to the County Council, which voted to approve the GIP in November.
Before the Planning Board approves any new development application, they need to make the determination that we have infrastructure such as schools or roads or sidewalks we have those in place to support the new residents and the new visitors that the new development will bring.
Following the Planning Board's approval in the fall of 2023, the County Council unanimously approved the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment in April. The plan updates the 2000 Tacoma Park Master Plan. Its recommendations preserve and expand affordable housing and advance economic development and employment opportunities along Maple Avenue, the Erie Center, Washington Adventist University, and the former Washington Adventist Hospital site.
I'll just say that the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, I think, is a blueprint for making a great community even better and ensuring that more people have access to it.
The team working on the University Boulevard Corridor Plan presented the preliminary recommendations to the Planning Board and the community in the fall. The plan explores opportunities for new transit-oriented housing, bikeways, and bus rapid transit, as well as the creation of complete streets with wider sidewalks, comfortable public transportation stops, and safe access.
Specifically, Vision Zero is a key driver of our recommendations. The idea that we can eliminate fatalities and severe injuries from traffic crashes.
In May, the Planning Board approved the boundary for the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, which includes communities east of the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park and south of the Capitol Beltway. The plan seeks to advance ideas that invite investment, expand housing options, and better connect those who live and spend time in the area to high-quality amenities and services. Our planners have been out and about in 2024 gathering community feedback, and there's a lot more to come for this plan in 2025. Planners working on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan held workshops for community members to share ideas and input throughout 2024. The plan seeks to re-envision the future of a section of Clarksburg between I-270 and Maryland 355 and between Little Seneca Creek and Clarksburg Road.
We want to find out what the community thinks about making better transportation connections, protecting the environment, and how future development should take place.
The plan team is back in the community to get more input in 2025. After 3 years of research, analysis, and community feedback, the Planning Board transmitted recommendations on attainable housing strategies to the County Council. The recommendations propose allowing more types of homes in more residential areas.
What we're trying to do is create more opportunities for homeownership, create more opportunities for a more diverse population that we have here in Montgomery County to be able to buy homes and live here.
In November, Bridget Breuer was named Montgomery Planning's Deputy Director of Administration. She will serve alongside Deputy Director Robert Cronenberg. Bridget has been with the department since 2013 and was the Communications Division Chief since 2020. Montgomery Planning won 4 regional awards from the American Planning Association for our work. Winners included the Pedestrian Master Plan, the Mapping Segregation Project, the Great Seneca Plan Connecting Life and Science, and the Fairland and Briggs Chaney Master Plan. We accomplished a lot in 2024, and we look forward to a great 2025. Stay updated at montgomeryplanning.org and follow us on social media.
Thank you, Isaac. So I want to thank Chris Pfeiffer, George Lettis, and our entire communications division for production of that 2024 retrospective. They really do outstanding work, and I think our work speaks for itself, but it certainly helps to have people present us in such a great light as well. We are really proud of all of our accomplishments here in the department, and you all have been with us side by side on all of that. And really more, it's about the effort that our staff puts in and day out. And that also includes our development review, a review of development applications. And as you know, our regulatory work is quite extensive and complicated, and I'm proud of the effort that our team puts in working with applicants, their architects, their consultants, their lawyers, and all of our county partners in ensuring that the development that we are approving and we're reviewing are ones that are consistent with our county's values and our goals, and of course with our master plans. In 2024, we reviewed hundreds of development applications, including sketch plans, preliminary plans, site plans, forest conservation plans, water quality plans, and historic area work permits. These resulted in 33 new projects being added to our pipeline, representing more than 2,200 new dwelling units and nearly 450,000 new square feet of commercial space. This screenshot comes from our development review dashboard, which is available on our website. and provides current and historical data on our regulatory approvals. This itself is another recent accomplishment from our GIS team, which is really helpful for us internally, but also to the public in knowing and having a clear and transparent presentation of the work that we're doing. And as George said in the video, we are really happy and proud of the work that we've done in 2024, but we're also excited about having a productive 2025 as well. And so you can see here the things that are already approved on our work program that we have started working on. The Georgia Avenue Corridor Plan is a big one. We're excited about that. The team right now is working on preparing, doing some preliminary work, including trying to come up with the potential geographic scope of that plan. The Germantown Sector Plan Amendment, we had this added to our work program when we went to the council in the fall with our semi-annual. Just this week on Tuesday, the council approved supplemental funding in FY25 to support our efforts on that plan amendment. So we're really excited and eager to get started on that. The Friendship Heights Sector Plan where we've begun our work there, and the parking lot design study is another project that we'll be working on through 2025. And then you've got the other things listed there. These are things that we've put in our work program request as part of our 2026 FY26 budget request that if the council approves that, we'll get working on these projects this coming year as well. And of course, we'll continue to have a focus in 2025 on housing, as it's a priority, not just for the board or for our department, but really should be for anyone who breathes. And so just yesterday, we had a great professional development opportunity here in this room for our staff in collaboration with Prince George's Planning when we hosted Leah Rothstein. She's the co-author of Just Action. You see the cover of the book there. Just Action is a follow-up to the 2017 book by Richard Rothstein, Leah Rothstein's father, called The Color of Law. So whereas The Color of Law really brought to light the role that government has played in our plans, our policies, and our laws in segregating our communities, Just Action talks about what we can do to address the impacts of those plans, policies, and laws, including segregation. Through the book and also in our conversation yesterday with the author, we highlighted many things that we're already doing here in the county, things like inclusionary zoning or our housing production fund, but also talked about things like community land trusts and emphasized the idea that single-family zoning reform is a necessary action to ensure the success of a lot of the other things and efforts that we're making. And so I intend to, as long as I can pull this together over the next couple of weeks, I intend to, with my next planning director's report in 2 weeks, to talk a little bit more about some of the housing, a snapshot of housing in Montgomery County and the need to continue to focus on that. So that'll be the main topic of my next presentation to you. Going back to this particular event, we look forward to continuing to do things like this for our staff, to engage in conversations around important topics, but also to be doing it hand in hand with our partners in Prince George's County, because I think there's a lot that we can learn from each other's efforts and expertise as well. And finally, I have some personnel updates to share. The Planning Department congratulates 3 outstanding employees who retired at the end of last year. Yunjun Lee began working with the department in September 2003, and over the last 21 plus years, she oversaw multiple updates to the department's travel demand forecasting model. She evaluated the County Council's transportation adequacy metrics for over 20 master plans and participated in most updates to the county's growth policy since 2007. Yunjun, over those 21 years, was really someone who worked behind the scenes, and so she wasn't in front of the board often, but she was a vital part of many of our efforts over the years. Arnita Jackson started working with the Commissioner's Office in 2006, where she worked as a public affairs specialist. In 2015, she moved to what was then the Functional Planning and Policy Division, now the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, where she provided administrative support to both that division as well as the Research and Strategic Projects division. And Angela Brown had been with the department since 2000 and was the Planning Information and Permit Review Manager at our info counter here. She provided high-quality customer service, processed the payment of development application fees, obviously a very important role, and ran the information counters operations. We also have some new people that have joined us, so we congratulate all three of them on their retirements. They were all their retirements were effective December 31st. Devin Murtha has joined our Historic Preservation Office as our new Cultural Resources Planner. Devin grew up here in Kensington and received a Master's of Historic Preservation from the University of Maryland. Devin will be working with the regulatory team, reviewing historic area work permits and more. Mary Beth Warnick has joined the Countywide Planning and Policy Division as a temporary administrative assistant for both CPP and the Research and Strategic Projects Division. So she's filling in for Arnita's departure. She will be with us for the next few months. In high school, she worked at the Wheaton Ice Arena, so she's not new to the commission. She was a counselor there at the Week in the Parks camp. Mary Beth graduated from the University of Maryland also, and this past May with degrees in kinesiology and psychology. So welcome, Mary Beth. And following Angela Brown's retirement, Parker Smith, who is with our Mid-County Planning Division, has been appointed to serve as the acting Planning Information and Permit Review Manager. So thank you, Parker, for taking on that important role. With that, I'll open up if you guys have any questions for me.
Yeah, thank you, Director Sartori, for your report. And thank you for highlighting your great work, your team's great work in 2024, and pointing out some of the key objectives for 2025. So thank you so much, and we all work as a team, and we really appreciate all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for the board? Thank you so much. We're going to just take a 2-minute break now and then start with our next item, item number 5, the Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park, where the Parks Department is recommending approval and adoption of the resolution. Thank you. Bye now. Good morning. We're on item number 5, Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park, where the Parks Department is recommending approval to purchase a piece of property and also approval to adopt a resolution regarding the purchase of that property. This morning, we have Deborah Sandberg to present this item. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Again, Brenda Sandberg with the Real Estate Management Unit within Park Planning and Stewardship. Also have with me Ann Fothergill in the Real Estate Management Unit and Matt Harper in the Resource Analysis Unit in case there are any questions about the paint branch and the water quality issues, environmental issues. As you mentioned, we are here to talk about an acquisition within the Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park. Here is the general location of the property within the eastern corner of Montgomery County. I wanted to give a little bit of background for everybody on the Upper Paint Branch. This is an area that was identified, watershed, as having a cold water fishery, naturally reproducing brown trout were found in the location. The trout are actually an indicator species. So there's an entire complex, healthy ecosystem, but the trout are the main indicator of that high quality system. In the 1980s, a lot of additional scientific studies were conducted that continued to identify how unique and rare this ecosystem is, especially within a suburban community, and identified it as an ecosystem that deserved protection. Through the 1990s and 2000, there were many state and county efforts, including a lot of work by the Commission to improve groundwater infiltration, reduce damaging stormwater runoff. One of the key policies that was implemented was the designation of the Upper Paint Branch as a special protection area, which included imperviousness caps that were at 10% in 1996 and then lowered to 8% in 2007. Also higher stormwater management standards to try and ensure that water infiltrated into the groundwater, and parkland acquisition through a variety of tools to preserve undeveloped land, which was one of the primary tools for preserving this watershed. This is a map from 2012. All of the dark areas are actually the impervious surface at that time. The majority of the parkland that was acquired to preserve this watershed did happen prior to 2012. Since then, we have purchased one former nursery site and done environmental cleanup to help preserve the watershed. There have also been several mitigation parcels that have been restored and reforested and transferred to the parks as mitigation for the ICC. There's still two large areas that the state is still working on some of the legal and cleanup aspects before they hand over those parcels to us. And those are the large parcels you see in yellow in sort of the upper right corner of the watershed. You can see the area outlined in red down near just north of the ICC, cutting across the Upper Paint Branch SPA area, and that is the property that we're talking about today. Again, a little more background. Again, this parcel back in the 1990s was one of many parcels that was identified to be proposed parkland within the Upper Paint Branch watershed study. The entire Upper Paint Branch watershed was designated as a legacy open space natural resource in 2001, and specifically to identify it as something that was worth spending legacy open space funds within the CIP. This particular site has been on a priority natural resources acquisition list internal to parks for some time. Why now? We have a willing seller who is interested in selling the property after many decades of ownership. There are also some adjacent ongoing encroachment issues that will be resolved prior to closing. All right, so description of the site we're talking about today. It is, you'll see the title says it's the Scarce property. The Scarce family has been the owners for some time. It's 4.31 acres in 2 separate parcels. It is partially forested. You can see with this graphic, it's surrounded on 3 sides by large areas of parkland, the Upper Paint Branch Stream Valley Park, as well as the Countryside Neighborhood Park and some of the areas of that. There's an uninhabitable house on the property that will be demolished after we acquire it, and a very long driveway that exists via an easement across parkland. This property includes large areas of wetlands within the stream valley buffer and floodplain areas that are important to add to the system. Also, the surrounding parkland is identified as a best natural area, a BNA within parks, and that is the Parks Department's highest quality designation for the quality of natural resources. As I mentioned, there isn't a parkland encroachment issue. The seller previously abandoned some vehicles on their property, which then were moved into some existing parkland. Parks has issued an official encroachment citation to the owner. Our purchase contract with the seller requires them to remove all vehicles, trash, debris, and waste prior to settlement, so we won't go to closing until all of this issue has been addressed. And there is a pending park construction permit that will ensure parks will have oversight of the contractor that they hire to remove these vehicles and address any other damage to the existing parkland that needs to be addressed before we go to closing. Environmental benefits. Again, we have Matt Harper here who can delve into more detail if there are any more questions. There's significant environmental benefits. Again, it's to protect the natural resources in the Upper Paint Branch watershed and park's best natural areas, to reduce imperviousness in the watershed and this particular location through removal of the structure and the driveway, improve forest and floodplain habitats through afforestation and floodplain restoration that will occur after we acquire it, and also having it owned by parks will help prevent any misuse that might occur should it change hands to someone else. Public access benefits as well, not just natural resources. There will be planned natural surface trails that will provide connections between natural areas, the community garden, and adjacent neighborhoods in the immediate area, as well as giving an opportunity for this to be an access point for some broader trail systems within the Upper Paint Branch that are currently in discussions and being evaluated. The overarching policy rationale, as you probably are well aware, there are recommendations in Thrive Montgomery, the most recent general plan, as well as in the most recent version of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan that talk about the importance of protecting sensitive environmental resources using various tools, including through selective parkland acquisition. And then there are very specific paint branch studies and plans that support protection of the paint branch watershed, including using acquisition as one of the tools. As I mentioned earlier, there's the Upper Paint Branch watershed study from 1995. There was also a follow-up study in 2007, and those two documents made specific recommendations for parkland acquisition and using other protection tools such as the SPA as implemented today. The Cloverleaf Master Plan in 1997 identified this particular stretch of the paint branch right next to this property, this main stem, as a critical trout habitat. It recommended acquisition for and other protections for all of the parcels. That's the master plan recommended. And then in 2001, the Legacy Open Space Functional Master Plan was created and approved by the County Council and the Planning Board, and it identified the Upper Paint Branch watershed as a best of the best natural resource deserving of protection using various tools in Legacy Open Space, including using the CIP funds that we have to add land to the park system. Acquisition and funding cost. The purchase price that we negotiated is $495,000. The plan is to use commission bonds in the Legacy Open Space PDF to pay for the acquisition. We usually give estimates, order of magnitude estimates at this point for the startup costs to actually turn this piece of land Site cleanup, building and driveway demolition, removal of any NNIs, general cleanup. The estimate is $250,000 as a one-time cost. And then some interim site improvements, initial afforestation, perhaps installing a gate, and some minor improvements may cost up to $60,000. Those costs are funded through funds in the Legacy Open Space PDF that are specifically set aside for this kind of cleanup. From now on and for the last decade or so, virtually every property we acquire, whether it's for conservation or for an urban park or a rec park, it has prior development. And so we need to purchase the property and then clean up that prior development to get it to a piece of land that's safe for people to use on an inert condition, and then eventually create full-blown parks if it's a more developed park type. Operating budget impact, the estimate is about $10,000 a year for ongoing operating budget impact, and that's primarily to keep an eye on the afforestation work and make sure that that keeps working appropriately. And again, any future larger trail improvements, any CIP and OBI expenses will be evaluated and determined at the time that those plans go forward. So at this time, we're here to answer any questions, and we do request that the Planning Board approve Montgomery County Planning Board Resolution number 2510 for the acquisition of 2225 Briggs Cheney Road property to expand the Upper Paint Branch for a negotiated purchase price of $495,000 to be funded out of the Legacy Open Space CIP using commission bonds. At this point, we are here. In addition, we have legal staff and the Director of Parks to answer any questions you may have.
So thank you for your presentation, and I really appreciate you implementing park goals by selectively acquiring priority sites that have been identified in the past, especially this one at the Upper Paint Branch watershed. So, which is you identified as a special protection area, and we want to make sure we keep that area environmentally protected, and so that we can have clean water, and also that we have those species, as you're talking about, being able to thrive there. So because of that, you're implementing the goal and you have the money to purchase the property, I would recommend that we move forward with this. But do any questions or comments from any other board members? Seeing no questions or comments, so I think we have to have two approvals here. One to acquire the property, and the other to approve this resolution, as I recall.
Just one vote on the resolution, and that is what approves us to buy the property.
Okay.
So actually, just one question just related to the amount, just in terms of what we're voting on. So there's the purchase price, then the kind of the one-time startup cleanup and preparation costs.
Correct.
So what we're voting on now is simply the purchase, or is it the entire? Is it the like up to kind of entire number that you had presented?
You're approving the purchase price, and the fact that staff will use the existing funds we already have. We have over about a $500,000 balance in those one-time cost funds within Legacy Open Space. And again, the numbers that are in that memo, they're a maximum. They're sort of we think it up to. If we do everything we can to try and minimize the costs and keep things under control. But yes, so you're approving the acquisition and generically us to use our existing funds to do the cleanup, so it would become a functional part of the park system.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
So I think we should then not just say the $495, but the additional costs up to what is. I'm looking at the Parks Director. Should we or our council? What would you like us to? So we don't have to come back, or do you already have the approval to?
I don't believe we have to come back before moving forward. If you approve the purchase price and we move forward with the purchase price, I don't believe we need to come back because we already have the funds in our CIP its current revenue, I assume, to move forward with the demolition and the other site improvements that have to be done. So I think it's just this one time and just for the acquisition.
That's correct.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve the acquisition of the Sarasate property that is also outlined in the resolution that we were presented, and the adoption of the resolution that was presented?
Yeah, move that we approve the resolution.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. So thank you so much for implementing the goals of parks, and we look forward that you acquire this property, and then also that it's also available for, as you said, put trails or natural surface trails on it. So we look forward to that. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item, University Boulevard Corridor Plan Working Draft, where staff will present the working draft of the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, and the staff recommends that we approve the working draft and that we set up a hearing, public hearing date, and schedule a public hearing. Thank you. Yeah, good morning. We're on item number 12, University Boulevard Corridor Plan Working Draft, where staff will present the working draft of the University Boulevard Corridor Plan and asking the board to approve the working draft and to set up a public hearing for the working draft. So before we get started, I would just want to make one comment. So as we begin this item, I want to acknowledge that I received a request yesterday to delay this item for a week. I want to thank the community member for reaching out and their interest in this plan. We are moving forward with this item as noticed on the agenda, as our goal today is simply to accept the draft and set a public hearing for this item. No additional actions are being taken today. In setting the public hearing date, we are ensuring that the community has ample time to review the plan and participate in the public meeting. We look forward to hearing from the community at that time. And now I'll turn it over to staff. And so leading the discussion this morning is Jessica McVeary. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board. Thank you. For the record, my name is Jessica McVeary. I'm the Planning Supervisor for our Mid-County Planning Division. I'm really pleased to be here with you this morning, supported by all of the staff that has been working so diligently on this plan for the last couple of years. And we're pleased to be here to provide an overview of the working draft today. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Nkosi Yearwood, who has served as the project lead since the beginning of the plan over 2 years ago. Mr. Yearwood was recently promoted to a supervisor in the Up-County Planning Division, and while he will continue to serve as a resource to our team and hopefully to the board through the work session process, Zubin Adrianvala will transition to the project lead. And we're really, really grateful to Nkosi for all his work to get us to this milestone. I believe he's in the audience today, so just wanted to acknowledge him.
Thank you.
Chair Harris, just to reiterate your opening remarks, from the correspondence that we've also received since posting the working draft, we did want to be clear that during the session today, we'll be providing the board with an overview of the draft plan and requesting that the board approve the working draft as the public hearing draft and schedule a public hearing on February 27th, 2025. This will allow the public over the 30-day review period to review the public hearing draft and then provide testimony at the public hearing to the board. So this morning we'll provide an overview of the process that we've taken over the last couple of years to develop the plan. We'll summarize the outreach and engagement that's been completed to date, provide a summary of the way in which the plan is organized, and also cover the key plan recommendations. So we started this effort in November 2022 with our kickoff meeting to the community, and then brought a scope of work to the planning board in February 2023. So here we are 2 years later, and over that time we've briefed the board on the existing conditions, shared emerging ideas, and most recently shared a summary of the preliminary recommendations in October. So here we are today with the working draft, and then we're anticipating to have a public hearing later this winter, followed by the detailed work sessions with the board over the spring, with transmittal later this spring to the county council and the county executive for their review. In that time, we've really done extensive outreach and engagement. Most recently, last night, we hosted a Zoom meeting in Spanish, entirely in Spanish, that was hosted by Luis Estrada, and we had a number of residents attend and share questions, comments, concerns in Spanish We were fortunate for staff to have an interpretation happening in the background that allowed us to understand the questions and the comments and the discussion. It was a very informative event, and I'm grateful to Luis for his leadership on that. In addition, we've also held 20 in-person and virtual community meetings. We've attended neighborhood meetings, events, and festivals. We've sent over 10,000 bilingual postcards and mailers. We've sent bilingual letters to all of the properties where we're recommending rezoning. We've knocked on doors in the multifamily buildings along the corridor. Luis has also conducted 3 interviews with Encintunia. We've had a variety of online tools as well, and so we really feel as though this has been a learning experience for us and continuing to evolve our outreach and engagement strategies, but also has been pretty in-depth and robust. Obviously, we can't cover all of the comments and the feedback that we've received over those 2 years, but we wanted to summarize the highlights for you today, which are shown in this slide. Community members really value the diversity of the neighborhood. Parks are also a beloved resource and highly used. One of the things that we've heard is that while folks really treasure the parks, it's often challenging to get there by walking, biking, and rolling. And so, you know, I think that in addition to challenges with accessing parks, just general concerns with safety for people walking and biking and rolling has been a concern that we've heard through the outreach and engagement. We've also heard concerns about traffic congestion on University Boulevard and surrounding streets, neighborhood traffic, speeding, reckless driving, and paired with that, really the need for improved infrastructure for people who are walking, biking, rolling, and accessing transit, including protected crossings to existing and future transit stations. We've also heard about the need for community amenities and public spaces and entertainment within walking distance. So things like neighborhood retail have come up as something that's an interest of community members. And we have also heard about concerns related to housing quality, affordability, and availability, as well as concerns with some of the plan's zoning recommendations, particularly with a particular desire to ensure that there is neighborhood compatibility and transitions in building scale and height associated with the recommendations. So just a reminder, the purpose of the University Boulevard Corridor Plan is to comprehensively review the built, natural, and social environment within the plan area and consider opportunities and objectives of previously approved plans and policies, including Thrive Montgomery 2050. So there's a lot of existing countywide plans and policies that inform and guide this plan, including Thrive, but also the PROS plan, the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan, the Bicycle Master Plan, and the Complete Streets Design Guide, the Climate Action Plan, and then, of course, the county's commitment to both racial equity and social justice, as well as Vision Zero. Each of these plans really guide the recommendations that we'll share with you throughout this presentation. So just a reminder, the plan area is shown on the right side of the screen, also shown in the countywide context on the left, highlighted in red. The plan area stretches from the Wheaton Central Business District along Amherst Avenue to the Capitol Beltway and includes both sides of University Boulevard. So the vision of the plan that has emerged over the course of the work that we've completed in the last 2 years is really to envision University Boulevard as a pedestrian-oriented, multimodal corridor that supports safe, accessible, and healthy travel options and connects vibrant communities with a diverse range of housing options supported by bus rapid transit. We're now going to kind of transition into the organization of the plan and the elements. The image that you see on the right side of the screen is really sort of an organizational framework that we've used in the plan. The plan establishes 4 districts in order to kind of organize and break down the land use, zoning, and urban design recommendations specifically. Within each of these districts, it's further divided into sub-neighborhoods, and those sub-neighborhoods have specific land use, zoning, and urban design recommendations associated with each of them. I should also mention that the plan includes, in addition to land use, zoning, and urban design strategies, it is a comprehensive plan, and so it covers all of the traditional plan elements, housing, parks, trails, and open space, environmental sustainability, transportation, community facilities, historic resources, racial equity and social justice, and then of course an implementation chapter. So we'll kind of give a high overview of each of these chapters today. So the first thing, in addition to kind of the organizational framework of the districts and the neighborhoods, I did want to mention that sort of a foundational element of the recommendations is really this urban design strategy that seeks to advance corridor-focused growth, as outlined in Thrive Montgomery 2050, by really promoting transit-supportive redevelopment near planned bus rapid transit stations, creating opportunities to expand housing choice on properties fronting University Boulevard between those planned BRT stations, and then identifying the necessary multimodal improvements to get people from those housing options to transit safely and comfortably.
Can I just ask that for BRT stations, what is usually the distance between stations? Is it something, mainly I want to see that if it is something that is walkable for the community to come there, and if there are people that they are like about 2-3 miles away or 4 miles away to those stations, how do they get access to those stations? Because BRT, in my opinion, is not just for the corridor, it's probably for neighboring. And how do they get access to it when someone cannot walk more than half a mile or a quarter, 3/4 of a mile or a mile? How could they can get access to the BRT?
Perhaps I can start and then turn to Mr. Rixey, our transportation planner. So the image that you see on the screen of the plan area, we don't have the planned BRT stops on this map, but sort of one of the points of origin, I guess, of this map and the boundary is thinking about the quarter mile from planned bus rapid transit. And in general, there's a notion that folks will walk about a quarter of a mile to bus rapid transit and then a half mile, sometimes a little bit more to Metro. And so that's one of the sort of the pieces that we were thinking about as we developed this plan boundary, is sort of thinking about that quarter mile walkshed from each of the planned BRT stops, and then sort of providing the connecting fabric in between.
So
Alex,
can I ask you that when you did the boundary, if you look at the one on top, the Arcola site district that you were talking about, the furthest away from the 193, no, come a little bit more to the left. Come, left. Yeah, go. Well, when you put the outer edges on there, how many miles is those houses? The houses that are right at the edge of, on south where you have the Arcola at the edge, are they quarter mile, or they looks like to me they are more? And if the BRT station is not right there, is it something that walkable for people to use BRT? That's my question.
So there are a few elements that go into creating the plan boundary, one of which is the quarter mile walk shed idea. Another is kind of thinking about logical transitions so that we aren't kind of like taking on too much with the corridor plan. And so in this location, we went a little bit beyond to make sure that we were including the Kent Mill Shopping Center in the overall boundary. But I don't know the specific distance from University Boulevard to the edge. That's certainly something that we could come
Yeah,
back.
it would be nice if you showed the walk shed around the corridor, that we see what we are talking about. That would be very helpful for a person like me. I don't know what is the walk shed there. Thank you.
But Alex may, so if you want to add anything.
Good morning. For the record, Alex Rixey, Transportation Planner for Master Plans in the Mid-County Division. I don't have precise measurements, but so along University Boulevard, the BRT stations are spaced roughly a half mile apart each, so that if you're kind of midway between the two, you're about a quarter mile from either station. And then the one other thing that I wanted to highlight for the parcels that are farther up Arcola is that there's also local bus service running along some of these routes, so on Arcola, and also along Access Road, which goes through some of the multifamily that's a little farther to the south. So those are also options for accessing the BRT.
Yeah, I understand that, but I guess the time is important. If they want to take another bus and then they take BRT, what is the reasonable time? You know, we want to be real, that if people are going to actually do it. So it has to be a realistic time. And this information would be very helpful for us to know. If you don't have it now, that's fine.
Yeah, so, yeah, a good question, Vice Chair. And when we start the work sessions, maybe you can, well, outline a walk shed. That would be great. Thank you.
Yes, we can certainly plan to do that. So with that, wanted to share with you the figure on this screen is the plan's recommended land use. And I would highlight a few things for you in this map. One is the red that you see. Those are sites where we're recommending mixed-use development. So you can see the WTOP site that's close to the Wheaton Central Business District. We then also have the Kent Mill Shopping Center in the area that we were just discussing. And then Four Corners is the other location that is, you know, a mixed-use node. You will notice that there are a couple places in between those. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm trying and it's not showing up. So it's not showing up on the screen.
I'd really like to see the WTOP area on the map.
So that is the edge. The WTOP is the edge of the plan area closest to Wheaton.
Okay.
Maybe IT can help at one point that these cursors work. It's important for us that we make it happen.
Oh, here we go. Zubin to the rescue. So this is the WTOP site right here. Okay. The Kent Mill Shopping Center. And you'll notice here that we also have a mixed-use, high-density residential. That is the existing higher-density multifamily development that exists along the corridor, and we're recommending that it also have the opportunity for mixed-use development in the future. And then also the Four Corners area here. You notice that there are some mixed-use sites in between. Those sites today are institutional properties, and which include places of worship. We're really thinking of those as having an opportunity to provide a mixture of uses in the future, including housing, as well as a limited amount of neighborhood serving retail. In
So
addition,
the red that you say is mixed use, is it low density residential? Because you have high density residential and then the red is mixed use, but not exactly what kind of residential.
so this is hard to see, and something that we can go kind of neighborhood by neighborhood as we get into the work sessions, and each of the zoning recommendations is enumerated in the draft plan that's before you. The residential value on those mixed-use properties varies. It's around a residential value of 1.0 FAR to 1.5 FAR. And then sort of a limited amount of commercial, generally a 0.25 to a 0.5.
Can I, is this the appropriate time to jump in on a comment for this, or do we want to wait till the end? Okay. I generally, like, I approve, I really like what's been done with the zoning here. I would just want to put a thought down to do a couple of things with the zoning and the land use here, and one is to true up the C and the commercial and the residential FAR to the max on each of the CRN and CR sites and CRT sites. We have experienced situations in which in other areas of the county, people are having trouble developing the C portion of their FAR within this area, and I don't see any reason to limit the properties to having to sort of shoehorn in commercial or residential development. It doesn't make any sense there up to the max AFAR. So I would, for the CRN zones, the CRTs, and the CR zones within here, want to true up everything to the max FAR for both commercial and residential. It's a mixed use zone in and of itself. I don't want to limit the ability of any particular property to be developed. And we've seen that in other areas in which people are shoehorning in live-work sites because they meet the C requirement for their zone, for the CFAR. So I would, on those, think it'd be worthwhile to true those up so that the max FAR is allowable within those for each, for both commercial and residential. And then the others, I do want to clarify one thing. There's R200 left in here, and I think, from what I can tell from the map, that's all industrial use, or not industrial, institutional use. That's all school. I think it's mostly schools, park, and I think there's churches in some of this 200 zones that are left on here.
From my recollection, there's only one property in the plan area that's zoned R200, and that is the Collins Funeral Home property that we're recommending to be rezoned to a CRT zone, but we can certainly confirm that in the work session process.
Okay, I may just be having trouble distinguishing between the
yellows
on
they all blend
the
together.
Yeah, I was going to say that R200 I think is far too much far too high a zone for most of this in here, and I think that should be rezoned. I think there are also opportunities to sort of, I think, get more height within the CRN zones there if necessary, but we can discuss that, I think, at work sessions. And then, but yeah, mainly to true up the FAR for commercial and residential within those properties, unless there's any good reason not to, and I'm not,
Yes, so during the work sessions, you guys we talked about the pros and cons, but right now,
I think what would be helpful today, as you see the staff's presentation, is to get ideas of things that you have questions about or that you would like to be explored, rather than going into specific details of what you'd like to see change, because you also haven't heard testimony yet on this, and so I want to make sure that we reserve conversations that would be better had after you've heard testimony, and we can dive a little bit deeper. But if you have ideas of things that, like, I'd like to see a map at some point that shows X, Y, or Z, or it'd be really helpful if you better explain why you're making certain recommendations. That's really helpful for us at this stage.
Yeah. I just, given what we've seen in the last, with different plans and different projects, I would like to see and have a discussion about the FAR for the CRT, the CRN, and the CR zones, that we true that up and then allow for the most reasonable and most practical amount of development on those properties. So I would like to see that in the work sessions.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
If I may just ask a clarifying question, Carrie Sanders for the record. When, and this is just helpful for us to understand the feedback, when you say true up Would you be able to give us maybe an example from this, what you're speaking of?
Yeah, 2 under the CRN zone is the neighborhood residential has a CRN of FAR of 0.75 with a residential FAR of 0.75 and a commercial of nothing, of 0. And I think that if we're going to put in a mixed-use zone, then putting in a mixed-use zone that has the most viability for mixed use, I think is reasonable. And we have seen other situations in development where, say, like, look at number 4 under the CRN zone has an FAR 1.25, a commercial of 0.5, and a residential of 1. We've had properties in situations in which they've had trouble developing them because they have to satisfy the FAR requirement, and when they would have rather developed it full residential. So I think if we're gonna put in a mixed-use zone, I would want to discuss whether or not we want to grant the most flexibility to those properties to develop either as commercial, residential, and having the full ability to do both.
So those are good. So you put out the let's consider, or can you let us know why you have specifics, so maybe when you come back, you can.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're not making any recommendations. We're asking for some
Yeah,
clarification.
and in that, I understand and I agree. However, the only point it is that if we really think that there should be some commercial, that people can walk, and if there is no commercial, then the walkability would be more difficult. Then that's something that, again, it goes to the watershed that we talk about. I understand, and I fully support what Commissioner Heydrich says. I just put one caveat in it, that if we make like commercial 0 and or put the flexibility that they could put the commercial 0, so it may be more that they want to do residential with no commercial, then we end up that there is no convenience store or grocery or whatever that people could walk to.
So we can certainly discuss this in greater detail in the work sessions. I do want to note that we have the combination of CRN and CRT to try to strike the balance between additional housing options and housing diversity along the corridor with that limited amount of mixed-use development potential. And you can see that the pink CRT is sprinkled through the corridor strategically at the BRT stations or at those institutional properties to provide the opportunity for that bit of mixed use. But really the intent of the CRN for this plan is to use an existing zone that we have in our toolbox today to provide the opportunity, should property owners choose to exercise that opportunity, to construct additional housing types. And we can get into that a little bit more in the next couple of slides and then further in the work sessions.
Right. Yeah, let's do that, because you have a lot to cover, and then this is mainly the overview, and then we'll get some clarifying questions, and then we'll have detailed discussions during the work sessions.
Okay. And so while we are recommending a combination of the CRN and the CRT zones, the plan does also recommend an overlay zone. And the purpose of that overlay zone, as we're thinking about it today, is to increase the diversity and supply of housing in a compact transit-oriented form of growth that supports BRT, both on University Boulevard and Colesville Road, creates complete communities, and improves safety for all travelers with a priority for the most vulnerable people. We're anticipating that the overlay zone, and as you probably recall from the Great Seneca Plan, the overlay zone will sort of be on a parallel track with the plan that will have its own public hearing, its own opportunity to really get into the details. But we wanted to kind of share with you what our thinking is on the overlay zone so far, and also share for the community, for the folks that might be listening at home, what we're thinking about with the overlay zone to help inform what the combination of the CRN zoning and the overlay zone will provide. So we're anticipating that this will primarily apply to the properties that are recommended for CRN zoning, to really make sure that we're getting the right land uses, development standards, and development procedures in place to increase the housing diversity near transit, but also achieve the transitions to the existing neighborhood context. And I'd like to ask Mr. Estrada to walk through at a high level the diagrams that you see on the bottom of the screen, and then transition to some of the urban design recommendations.
Yes, and good morning. For the record, Luis Estrada, urban designer with the Mid-County Division Master Plan team. And we have spent a fair amount of time looking at the potential of making sure that the units that are part of the missing middle canon, if we want to call it that, are implementable in compact format and within the confines of say, an R60 lot. And as you know, the CRN zone is a standard method zone that in which the development standards are determined by the building type that is going to be constructed. The development standards today in that zone exist in particular for talking about residential uses, for single family and for duplex type developments. But once you go past 3 units, everything is considered a small apartment building. So there is no differentiation that gets you to the conversation about the quadplex or the triplexes that are usually part of the missing middle canon. So we're trying to build that differentiation by using the overlay zone and by relying in some of the development standards that are already included within the CRN zone. So that's detail that we can provide as part of a work session. But just so that you can see the legwork that has been traveled in exploring the potential for getting smaller properties, individual properties, to take advantage of the CRN zone that we're recommending for increasing the availability of different building types and housing types along the corridor.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, ask your question.
I just had this is a really interesting idea. I look forward to getting into it more at the work session. I just had it reminded me a clarifying question about CRN and what it's sort of capable of sort of producing as well, related to what this overlay zone might prescribe or might specify. Just as an example, could CRN zoning, as it's currently in code, could it also support some of these types as well? Not to say that an overlay wouldn't be needed for elsewhere. I'm just kind of curious, in terms of housing diversity and how it relates to some of the goals in the plan. Can CRN produce examples of what we're seeing on the screen here? Is there other flexibility as well there? Obviously, there's a commercial component.
Yes. According to the investigation and the work that we have done, the short answer is yes. With some caveats, of course. I mean, and there are limitations given the sizes of the lots that we're working with, and the extent of what could be delivered will be dependent on whether a property owner chooses to utilize this zone exclusively within the limits of their own lot, or whether there's an opportunity for consolidating more than one lot in sequence. Once we get into the consolidation conversation, then there's more opportunity to be more expansive about the types of building types that could be achieved. But we've limited in the beginning of our conversations these explorations to what can be achieved at a minimum within the confines of a single lot. And what we're finding is that as long as we can describe compact implementation of the typical building types that are part of the missing middle canon, that there is room for them to be implemented.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks.
I'd also add that, just as a specific example, the stacked flats that are shown on the screen, that would be allowed in the CRN zone today. It would just be considered a small apartment building
Right.
building type.
Yeah,
And so then the development standards of that building type would be followed to achieve that stacked flat example.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the structure of the CRN zone today.
Okay.
So
With the exception of instances where, just to briefly come back to the conversation earlier, not getting into too much, but when there's that split between the C and the R, there might be some constraints. If we're not, there might be some constraints in some instances where the R is not fully capable of maxing out the potential of that for a small apartment building unless some C is involved or obviously vice versa. So I just say that another reason maybe to revisit the split there and the balance to allow as much flexibility as possible for these types, especially with like lot consolidation and things like that.
Can I just ask this, that you need to introduce the overlay zone? If there is an overlay zone, they have to bring it for approval. It's not by right. But if you just allow this happen in CRN, then it could be a by right, correct? That's why you put the overlay zone. I'm just trying to understand why overlay zone here while we are doing the master planning.
That's a good question. So what we're showing on the screen in those images, all of those fit within the within a 1.0 FAR volume. But one thing that the CRN zone does is it, based on the building type, so if, for example, you wanted to do the stacked flat, which would be considered the small apartment building, you don't have, you can zero out your setbacks and sort of maximize your volume, including a pretty significant lot coverage, which is 90%. The overlay zone allows us to sort of look at the context of the plan area and figure out where we might want to introduce development standards that are more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So for example, we might want to allow the stacked flat example, but also require some setbacks. And so the overlay zone provides us that kind of finer grain tool to make sure that the use is permitted in a way that is compatible with the neighborhood.
That is wonderful. I think you need to toot your horn more on that, because if I didn't get it, the people that are listening to you, they didn't get it either. So it's very important that you be clear that this is being introduced for compatibility with the existing. And that's very important. And this is, I know that this is one of the concerns that people have. So you may want to toot your horn more. Okay, thanks.
If I may, thank you. That's a helpful thing, and I think for the folks that are listening from home, I also wanted to make sure that people understand what we're showing on the screen here relates to the blocks that front the corridor. So this is not, so there, with these types of projects, we know that it's really important in the meetings for us to be completely clear and consistent, and so I want to make sure I say this again. These housing types that we're showing here are the corridor fronting blocks.
Not the whole width of the corridor, just
is
the ones
correct.
that front. Okay,
Yes,
again,
yeah.
that's important
It's an
that
important,
you be very clear.
Yeah, it's very important for people, and I think there's been, and feel free, Jessica, if there's anything that you want to add to that I may have said incorrectly, but I think we've been pretty consistent throughout the plan that those are the corridor fronting blocks. The other piece is that zone, the CRN zone, has transition requirements as the zone fronts the R60 and R90. So the zone requires buildings to step down and essentially match the height that is on the property that is the R60, R90. So that is another detail that we have consistently said in the meetings, which is important to people because If your property is not recommended for a rezoning change, you're obviously interested in the property that's right next to you. So I hope that provides some clarity. And Jessica, feel free to jump in if there's anything you wanted to add to that or.
No, that is very important, and I think that maybe you want to add graphically also show that, exactly what you said. Because we are not, people may not read the whole thing and we are not attached, they look at the map, so maybe you want to do that graphically also.
So, and one question I have, so you're saying that a duplex would fit in a CRN zone? I thought there were some minimum lot size requirements to have like duplexes or triplexes or something like that.
So I think what you're thinking of is that the zoning that exists there today along much of this is R60. Yeah. In the R60 zone, single-family home is what dominates there. And so in order to do a duplex in an R60 zone, that's where you need to do that through the optional method, which requires 3 acres of land. So the idea here is to actually change it from R60 to the CRN, and that opens up possibilities of getting these different types of housing units.
Great, thank you. All right, continue, please.
And Luis Estrada again, and just to summarize and to follow on some of the comments that have been made already, the intent of the urban design guidance that is being provided is to be supportive of the objectives and the transformations that are recommended in Thrive 2050, and to be supportive of the transportation improvements and recommendations that are also included in the draft plan, and to that effect, and following up on the conversation of the new residential that is recommended along the corridor. We're recommending integrating small, medium, and large scale new development in a way that it promotes walkability along the corridor. I mean, that's part of the effort of the guidance that is being provided. And also to encourage that development improves the general environment for walking, biking, and rolling around the corridor. Is to build synergies between the development that will come and how it will support the transportation and mobility goals that we're recommending for the corridor. In addition to that, and to support the interest from the community to develop more open spaces where people can gather, whenever there is a mixed-use recommendation, we are recommending that placemaking strategies are put in place so that additional open spaces that can be supportive of any retail or commercial activity that may come may be introduced, again, for the benefit and use of the community at large. So in general, these are the overarching urban design goals that we're recommending with the draft plan.
Good morning. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. So the housing recommendations really operate under the premise that the county's in a housing crisis, and University Boulevard plays an important part in meeting our housing goals, as well as expanding access to affordable housing. And this plan really, the housing recommendations have, kind of 3 buckets of recommendations that focus on meeting those housing goals and to meet the ask of the housing crisis. The first is affordable housing. When we were here last time, the plan had originally recommended only 12.5% MPDUs as part of, as the minimum standard for affordable housing for MPDUs in the county. However, the board asked us to look at that, and we've come back and revised our recommendations to require 15% MPDUs as part of new development. With that 15% also comes, incentives like bonus density. So it's important to remember that while it is a requirement, there are incentives to help cover that additional ask. The second is the preservation of affordable housing. As we know, in a lot of our master plans, there has been this question about what to do about naturally occurring affordable housing. So in a lot of our plans, we've been including recommendations to really strive for no net loss of naturally occurring affordable housing where practicable. And this really includes balancing, new density, but also understanding that these units are resources and what can we do to preserve the affordability of the people that are living there today. And then finally, housing production and housing diversity. We just talked a lot about that through the overlay zone and the zoning recommendations, but we really want to add housing units to that inventory and including more types of housing. in this area. And finally, the state changed a law last year that requires recommendations in our master plans and comprehensive plans to address fair housing and how can our plans affirmatively furthering fair housing. So this will be the first plan that includes language in its narrative that talks about removing barriers and access to fair housing in the county.
Can I just put one thing in there? Go, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, I have a question about MPDUs. And so you might not be able to answer it today, but it'd be very helpful if you shot me an email about it. But I always think it's interesting that the MPDU number in all development is 15%. Are there some areas where we can require MPDUs to be more than 15%? And second, do home builders or developers lose money by providing MPDUs? And if they don't lose money by providing MPDUs, why don't we increase the percentage in some areas if we're looking at producing more affordable housing? Thanks.
Sure. So Chapter 25A of County Code, which is the chapter that deals with moderately priced dwelling units, allows a master plan to recommend up to 15% MPDU. So that's kind of been the standard for a lot of our recent master plans, Great Seneca, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, Bethesda, a lot of our recent master plans, we have increased that ask. Next week, we'll come back to you with the designation of high-income planning areas, of which areas of the county have a 15% requirement due to the fact that the incomes in those areas are higher. So 15% is kind of that standard because of Chapter 25A and what we're allowed to do. I would say, asking for 15% MPDUs is a pretty recent thing. When I got here, the first plan that kind of talked about it was the West Bard plan, but we didn't have the tools in county code that would allow us to get to 15%. So we asked for it as part of a public benefit package for optional method of projects, but then the law changed and we can now ask for it. In terms of your second question, I think if you ask the development community, MPDUs are probably the most expensive part of the benefits that we ask for. I'm sure how much is lost or if they'll be able to cover it with additional density depends on where you are in the county. I think this part of the county hasn't seen a lot of recent development that we would be able to understand, that true cost of what an MPDU is. However, there are, for example, HOC, our housing authority, has properties in the University Boulevard area. There's other ways to help cover the cost of additional affordable housing. Using, HOC has the production fund or the housing trust fund. So I think it's a complicated answer, but I think the answer is yes, MPDUs do cost a lot, but they also are one of the biggest priorities that the county has in terms of what we ask for in new development.
Yeah, thank you for your explanation. Also, another piece of that is that sometimes it's not so how many MPDUs you have, but the affordability level of those MPDUs, right? So right now, MPDUs cover somewhere between 65 and 70% of the area median income. But really, the need is, we have the need more at the 50%. So Lisa, we've been talking to DHCA about having a different sliding scale so that they're still providing 15% MPDUs, but the range they have is called income averaging. Some could be at 50, while some could be at 80 or 90. So that it's no net loss to the developer, but you're providing more affordability for folks because there are more and more people that need housing that below the 60, 70% AMI level. So they're working on that. Hopefully they get to it, but that's a big thing too. I think 15% is a large ask for developers because if the lower the income, the less you can borrow for the whole project. So, but I think if they can skew, the HCA finds a way that allows skewing of the affordability, it would be more helpful for more of the county residents.
And I just wanted to say that going through this and seeing that the affirmatively furthering fair housing in there was really, I really appreciate that. I'm glad that this is the first one that's surprisingly, I'm not gonna talk about naturally occurring affordable housing. I'm just gonna let it go for today.
We have the work session for that.
We got plenty of work sessions. I'll get my, my soapbox out later. But the affirmatively furthering fair housing, and if anybody's not familiar, 1968, I think is when the Fair Housing Act was passed. And there were no regulations to implement it for about 50 years. It's a hugely important part of housing, and I'm really excited to see it in here, and I'm really excited that we have it from Maryland, and I really do want to just put a marker down that we pay special attention to that and putting that into this plan, because affirmatively furthering fair housing, if you do it correctly, is really important and it's a game-changing kind of thing if you can do it correctly and if you really embrace what it says. And so I really do appreciate that that's in here and that's part of this plan, and I really do want us to make sure that we focus and put some real attention on that and have part of that come out in one of the work sessions, because I think it's really, really important.
Well, can you or Lisa tell us why it isn't so important to have that language in there? What does it mean?
Sure. So I can start, and Commissioner Hedrick, feel free to jump in. So I think
I said my soapbox was staying out for this, but no, thank you.
Commissioner Hedrick, gave a really great introduction to the background. So affirmatively furthering fair housing means, we kind of look at ways that we can increase access to housing, especially in terms of protected characteristics, which I'm not going to go through them on the top of my head, but it's just a way that we can look at the ways that our policies, our programs, our zoning tools can address the access to housing that has been something that has been, there's barriers to housing. And I think, I really appreciate your comments, Commissioner Hedrick. I think one of the things that we're going to also try to do is address a lot of the fair housing needs in our existing conditions analysis. One of the things that the bill kind of addresses is, what are the existing conditions? What are those barriers that exist today that we are trying to address? Whether it's patterns of segregation, whether it's racial concentration, what can we do through our master planning process to really address those existing conditions that exist that limit the access to fair housing?
Thank you so much, Eric. Please continue.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. For the record, Chuck Kynes with Montgomery Parks, long-range planner assigned to the Mid-County Planning Team. I'm here to talk about parks, trails, and open spaces. So parks, trails, and open spaces enhance the quality of community life by offering visual relief from the built environment, establishing a sense of place, creating opportunities to connect with nature, and providing spaces to gather, play, exercise, and socialize. Parkland also provides and protects wildlife habitat, helps to improve air quality and protect water quality, conserve cultural resources such as historic buildings and archaeological sites. The plan area is generally well served by 7 existing MNC PPC parks plus land currently owned by SHA. And let's see, yeah, there we go. So west to east, these parks are Wheaton Forest. Yeah. Thank you. Wheaton Forest Local Park, Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park, Brewood Neighborhood Park, Kent Mill Urban Park, the SHA land adjacent to Northwood High School, through which the Northwood Chesapeake Bay Trail passes, the North Corner, Four Corners Local Park, Blair Local Park, and Pinecrest Local Park. Collectively, these parks offer 4 diamond athletic fields, 4 rectangular athletic fields, 5 playgrounds, 3 basketball courts, 6 tennis courts, and 1 picnic shelter. The plan area also includes a portion of the Sligo Creek Parkway, which is part of our Open Parkways program, and the Sligo Creek Trail that runs between Wheaton Regional Park and the Montgomery-Prince George's County line and extends into Prince George's County.
It would be helpful that if we have the number of parks and amenities, we know what is the crowd we are serving. Do we know what is per capita, that how we do, and what is the standard per capita for the park and recreation? I think these are good information. If you could bring it at the
Sure. Our park level of service analysis doesn't do the per capita analysis, but I can bring that to a future work session to talk
Yeah,
about that.
and it helps that, when we recommend a lot of zoning density in the same area, and we have the parks very much the same as they were before, then I guess that we need to look at that, if that is enough when that density gets.
Yeah, that's certainly part of the park planning
Yeah.
process, absolutely. So you helped me lead into the fact that the 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan guides all park planning and park development in Montgomery County. PROS aims to provide 3 large buckets of activities on park land. The first is opportunities for physical movement and fitness. The second is spaces to gather with neighbors, friends, and family. And the third is access to nature and areas for contemplation and mindfulness. Park planners strive to understand what we have and where we have it in order to determine what we need and where we need it. We do this by analyzing data and examining levels of service for various types of activities and facilities based on current and projected population data. So at a future work session, I will bring more detail about that part of what we do. The next, stay on that slide for now. The University Boulevard corridor has a good level of service for most park facilities. Our analysis revealed that the corridor could benefit from having 1 or more soccer courts, as one example, and I'll provide more examples at a work session. During community outreach and engagement, we heard from residents that the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park and Trail and Parkway is highly valued and intensely used. Planners also heard that the following improvements would be desired in parks in the plan area. So an additional picnic shelter, soccer courts, athletic fields, and playgrounds. And when we look at level of service, we're not just looking at the University Boulevard corridor specifically, but more generally the area that people might have access to these parks by biking, walking, or transit and driving. So next slide. All the recommendations for park trails and open space can be found on pages 81 through 83, but I'm just going to highlight a few here today. The first is Wheaton Forest Local Park, consistent with what you heard about providing better access to parks and to the corridor, provide a paved trail loop around the athletic fields at Wheaton Forest Local Park. A lot of people who live south of the park do walk through the park to get to the corridor. So this trail loop will help with that, and also to improve access from the adjoining Pomander Court property when it redevelops, which is to the east, adjoining the park. Kent Mill Urban Park, there's a couple different things going on here. We own the land that's occupied by the shopping center entrance. It's just a quirky land ownership arrangement that dates back many decades. So when the shopping center redevelops, the plan recommends that this land be swapped with other shopping center land to expand the park and provide more recreational facilities. And also to provide a formal bicycle and pedestrian connection through the redeveloped shopping center to the Sligo Creek Trail and Trailhead. Moving on to Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park, we want to continue to improve, conserve, and restore natural resources. And at a work session, I can provide more details on what we mean by that. And also to provide a paved trail connector to the Sligo Creek Trail from the Northwood Presbyterian Church property when it redevelops. Northwood Chesapeake Bay Trail connects Sligo Creek Trail with the Northwest Branch Trail just outside the plan area. So we want to acquire the SHA land through which the trail passes. Right now, it is still owned by State Highway. There's been a lot of conversations over the years about transferring that land to parks, and this plan formally recommends that that land be transferred to the Department of Parks. And we want to aim to better control where the trail passes through county right-of-way, AKA what we mean by that is paper streets, which are near the Northwood Presbyterian Church. And then finally, I'll highlight a few recommendations for North Four Corners. We want to improve access from the adjoining HOC property when it redevelops and ensure consistency and compatibility with with the park, the development that takes place there, and also to engage residents and stakeholders with identifying a suitable long-term lease for the park activity building, which had been occupied by a nursery school but was vacated last year.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Steve Findlay, environmental planner with Mid-County Planning, to give a high-level overview of our environmental sustainability recommendations. You have heard some of this before in the presentations on our preliminary recommendations, but I do want to hit some of these ideas again for recollection. We always start with the overall recommendations in Thrive. That's kind of our North Star for guiding the areas that we focus on as we make our recommendations, starting with, obviously, climate change, which always breaks down into at least 3 different areas of focus. First being mitigation, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and hopefully reduce the level of impact that we have to deal with. To adapt to the conditions that are changing and will continue to change for a while, particularly focusing on extreme heat events, urban heat island, and extreme precipitation events. And then the third piece, to make our communities more resilient in the face of impacts of climate change. That has to do with making them, there's some overlap with adaptation, also helps make them able to bounce back better and quicker from climate disruptions and other disruptions. And that can even include increasing community connections and connectivity that create the kind of strong neighborhoods that can, where neighbors can get together to support each other. Obviously, improving air and water quality. We had a meeting with the Friends of Sligo Creek about water quality issues. The area runs off to Sligo Creek as well as to Northwest Branch to the northeast. Protecting and improving human health, which is related to climate change and air quality, among other things. Addressing environmental justice issues, and environmental justice issues also are related very much to human health issues, to air quality issues, and to the climate change impacts. And then finally, always looking to protect our biological diversity by protecting existing natural areas and by recommending planting of native species that help to promote that. Some of the key recommendations kind of break this into 2 kind of large pieces. One is the University Boulevard itself and the area immediately surrounding that. We want to develop this whole plan area as a cool corridor, but there are some road design items, in particular, tree canopy along the road and along the pedestrian and bicycle and rolling paths to make them safer and more attractive to use, shaded transit shelters, and landscaping for runoff reduction and cooling. I want to highlight also that we want to recommend designing for trees. Just as an example, we like to promote undergrounding utilities where we can. We can't always achieve that, and in those areas we still want to get trees, but we need to recognize that the tree species need to be compatible with the overhead utility lines, so they need to be lower growing species that'll still provide shade and providing adequate soil for the trees to be able to grow. We want to then increase tree canopy and landscaping throughout the entire plan area to bring those cooling features into the adjacent neighborhoods. Then there's the piece that looks at the building development, the neighborhood development itself, where we want to continue to promote things that are going to reduce emissions, conserve energy, reduce the amount of energy that needs to be used, and to continue to cool the area and sequester carbon. Next slide, please. And then continuing with some of our key recommendations, impervious areas and green cover are directly related to things like urban heat island effect. More green cover or less green cover and more imperviousness, the areas are hotter, and so we want to try to find ways to find the balance and try to keep the area cooler. I mentioned planting native species to promote biological diversity. We want to recommend there are approaches for incorporating carbon into the soil, and that does a number of things, including sequestering more carbon, making the soil itself more productive for growing trees, and handling the runoff better. It improves the soil characteristics for those things. Providing places for healthful exercise includes not only the facilities, but the green infrastructure that is a part of those facilities that, again, make them safer and healthier to use. There are some areas in the plan where they're, particularly down near Blair High School, where it's next to the Beltway, and we want to be aware of noise impacts. And so we want to have that item kept in mind as we develop anything near the major highways, mitigate noise impacts. And finally, again, human health is supported by good nutrition, and we want to make sure that the people who live in this area have opportunities to sell and to buy fresh local produce and get healthy food to support their overall health. It's a high-level look, and thank you very much. Look forward to talking about it more during the work sessions.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Alex Rixey, Transportation Planner with the Mid-County Division Master Planning Team. As Steve just mentioned, I understand we'll have lots of opportunities to get into detailed discussion in the work session, so I'll just provide a high-level overview of the key transportation recommendations. An important one is implementing a connected network of streets along University Boulevard, along with redevelopment, and also along with redevelopment or with implementation of BRT on University Boulevard to consolidate, remove, or relocate driveways from the boulevard itself onto side streets and alleys. The big one right in the middle of the plan area is to provide dedicated transit lanes along Colesville Road and University Boulevard. And the figure on the right shows the extents of that dedicated transit facility currently recommended. Along Colesville Road, that's a project that's underway right now with MCDOT for the US 29 BRT Phase 2. And they're implementing a single reversible dedicated transit lane in the segments shown in red, so north and south of Four Corners, and then within Four Corners, a two-lane dedicated section. And our recommendation for University Boulevard through most of the plan area is two dedicated transit lanes west of Lorraine Avenue and east of Lexington Drive, so outside of the Four Corners area.
What does reversible mean? Does it mean that at one point of the day it'll head in one direction and another point of the day it'll reverse and head in a different direction?
That's right, yeah, so really to avoid the most congestion in the peak direction. And then to also along the University Boulevard corridor provide 10-foot buffered side paths on both sides of the roadway. And so at the bottom right of the screen shows the recommended cross-section. It's in a 124-foot right-of-way. I think I've shared this with the board before, but the idea again is to maintain the existing curbs of the roadway and allocate that curb lane for dedicated bus lane use. And then to provide an 8-foot planting strip, a 10-foot side path, and a 2-foot maintenance buffer outside of the existing curbs. Next slide, please. So within Four Corners, we have a near-term recommendation to maintain the existing couplet configuration and repurpose one vehicular through travel lane per direction to provide safer and more comfortable facilities for people walking, biking, and rolling. So under the existing condition, I think I've shared before, the sidewalks are generally right next to the roadway. They're relatively narrow, and our recommendation is to provide those street buffers between the traffic and the adjacent land uses and the sidewalk, and to provide wider sidewalks. And then along the southernmost portion of that, the eastbound University Boulevard travel lanes on the south side would have a 16-foot side path that's a breezeway facility that could be used by comfortably by people walking, biking, and rolling. And then we have a recommendation to study an additional option for the Four Corners area in the longer term to connect the network of streets, really make this more of a town center type of environment with a more regular street pattern. And we've also had conversation with MCDOT about trying to study more options for improving transit performance through the area. I just want to emphasize that even in considering those options, we want to maintain the priority on improving multimodal safety, a human scale, including that breezeway facility, and providing ample street buffers, so really providing all of these improvements that focus on multimodal safety as a priority over additional capacity or travel speed. Next slide. Finally, implementing a complete network of comfortable walkways and bikeways throughout the corridor that are connected by safe, protected crossings. I've also shared before that there are long distances along University Boulevard between protected crossings today, and so we're recommending additional locations that are shown on the map for new protected crossings. And in some of those places, there are, the street network is kind of disjointed, and so where streets join University Boulevard on either side of the street, they're slightly misaligned, and that makes signalizing those locations difficult. And so one of our recommendations is that, along with redevelopment, if there's redevelopment in those areas, to try to realign those intersections to provide a safer and more comfortable protected crossing. And then finally, supporting opportunities for micromobility, bike share, and electric charging stations.
Again, for the record, Jessica McVeary. For community facilities, this plan area is really well served by community facilities, particularly schools. And the plan really focuses on the idea of co-location of public facilities, as well as thinking about innovative design for those public facilities. Building on Steve's comments in the environmental sustainability, we're also recommending promoting new local farming opportunities like community gardens or a farmer's market, particularly in areas where we have recommended additional mixed-use development. So perhaps those farmers markets could happen in a privately owned public space. We're also encouraging in the plan supporting efforts by county agencies to implement neighborhood-level strategies to address food insecurity and other local sources of food production. That's something that the county has found through the work that they have done over the course of several years, and something that we learned from our outreach and engagement, that there are food insecurity concerns in the plan area.
Can I ask you a question? That I know that we promote food. How do we promote solar use on private properties? Is there anything that we can promote in our recommendations to encourage people, and also commercial or residential, that they put solar on private properties?
I can perhaps start and ask Steve if he knows of any incentives that the county might have with new development, particularly with optional method development. And this is detailed in the implementation chapter of the plan. We do have a public benefits section that is in alignment with the incentive zoning update that is under review by the council now. And part of those public benefits, we've really tried to focus them on the benefits of or the priorities of the plan. So housing, improving multimodal safety, environmental resilience, and we have specifically included as a public benefit with optional method development to use environmental strategies.
Yeah, but that's for optional. My
Right.
question is mostly for the ones that is by right. I'm saying that, is that possible that we encourage the use of solar for those that are by right, that are in the master plan?
For the record, Steve Finley, so you're asking about encouraging solar installations or renewable energy?
Yes.
Yes, we have recommendations in the plan that do encourage that, and there are, as Jessica was also referencing, the public benefit points program for some of the developments, at least, that would fall under those provisions. There are incentives that are offered, for density incentives that are offered
Yeah.
that involve increasing the amount of on-site renewable energy generation. So there are some incentives, and the master plan does encourage that, and we hope that as development plans come in, our development reviewers can take a look for
So,
opportunities and
Let
recommend
me get more clear. I was basically talking about like people that are building houses by right, that it doesn't come to our review. I was wondering that, is that any kind of provision that we could put in the master plan that for residential house, they look into the providing, solar on the roofs, that you see more solar on residential properties that is happening. And maybe we could work with some utility company or something that eventually that by itself, hopefully it could pay off for that. But it's something that we could start pushing more to have more solar on residential and private properties, that they don't come to us for review.
We would like to encourage that, and that's a good recommendation. We'll talk more about that with the team, about what alternatives there might be, what opportunities there might be to be able to encourage that. Thank you very much.
And maybe just check with DPS. Maybe they already are doing some encouraging that.
They actually, Carrie Sanders for the record, they do have some programs at DPS. eSolar, I believe, is the name of the program for these residential properties by right. So we can coordinate with DPS, and as part of master planning, we typically coordinate with all of the partner agencies anyway. But when we're doing that, we can bring specifically this topic up and discuss.
DPS has programs to expedite permits for the houses. I don't believe that they may be working with DEP. Maybe DEP is the one that is trying to encourage more to come, something that they would do that. Yeah, thank you.
But one thing you did bring up, and maybe you could look at for the work sessions, are there enough county-owned properties where, you can encourage, just a thought, for solar and renewable energy, just a thought.
Yeah, that goes in part of what we had last week, that we said that we're going to have a letter to the county in general to encourage the possibility of how we can increase the solar systems everywhere in the county, holistic approach, and this would be one of them. Yeah, thank you.
I think it's a good idea to explore all options, but from my view, just for context, I think the difficulty with at least versions of this proposal is we don't want to place added burdens on redevelopment that can add to cost. It's important we expand solar as quickly as possible at the scale that we need. At the same time, if we make it prohibitive for redevelopment in the way that we also need in this corridor, then we get neither. We get neither solar nor redevelopment. So it's a tough balance. There are public properties where there could be partnerships explored to do that. But yeah, dealing with, going over it more in the work session sounds good. But in terms of redevelopment and costs associated with that and what it means on the other end of that, or lack of redevelopment at all, it's a tricky balance to. We already asked so much of these redevelopment projects that although this obviously is a huge priority, I think we have to think of bang for the buck as well.
Yeah, it needs that's what I said, that in coordination with the utility companies. A lot of these utilities, they can put it for you on a specific agreement that within 10 or 20 years, it would be paid off with what you get. People do that in the private properties, so we might as well help with the utility companies, or that if that is a possibility.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from development community about this notion as well, because obviously there are cost savings, longer term. I would just be interested to sort of hear the balance of benefits versus costs, like in these particular cases and context.
No, good point. I wasn't thinking more of as a requirement, but it's encourage or whatever, Okay, thank you.
Good morning. John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner for the record. The plan aims to recognize, preserve, and celebrate University Boulevard's diverse and rich history. And as part of this effort, staff recommends the designation of the Romeo and Elsie Horad House and the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The Horad House, shown on the slide, represents early 20th century African-American heritage in Wheaton and Montgomery County, and recalls the lives of Charles Webster, Romeo Horad, and Elsie Horad, along with other members of the family who tirelessly worked to improve the lives of African Americans. Next slide, please. The Historic Preservation Commission held their public hearing and work session on the designation in April of 2024, and the commission found that the property satisfied 3 designation criteria and recommended that the Planning Board request that the County Council approves an amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation to designate the Horad House as a Master Plan Historic Site. Next slide, please. In addition, the working draft sets a table for future evaluations of resources to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Sites to be evaluated in the long term includes resources associated with the Jewish population of Montgomery County, a Buddhist temple identified in the Asian American and Pacific Islander historic context, and the Woodmore Shopping Center. Next slide, please. Lastly, the plan includes an update to the burial sites inventory to list the approximate site of the Captain John and Lucy Adamson family burial ground. Ken Hawkins, a National Archives archivist and member of the community, called to light this burial ground, and this will be added to the inventory as part of the plan. I'll now pass it back.
Thank you, and we are nearing the conclusion of the presentation, but prior to concluding, I did want to note that staff has been very mindful of racial equity and social justice throughout this planning process, and we actually have a chapter in the plan, chapter 11, that is devoted to racial equity and social justice, and it goes through the equity framework that we followed through the plan development, which is based on the Government's Alliance on Racial Equity, their tool. And, really to kind of, to summarize the chapter, the plan really seeks to create a connected, equitable community where residents of all backgrounds can enjoy access to housing, transportation, and services. It uses a data-driven approach to understand the impacts of current demographics on historical inequities on residents, and it emphasizes intentional and inclusive community engagement through multilingual outreach and door-to-door canvassing, really focusing on meeting people where they are. In preparation for today, we did notice a few minor errors in the plan, some of which you probably caught as well in the call-out boxes. There was an issue with the header on the font. And so we'd like to ask your permission to correct those minor errors and inconsistencies in the version of the plan. And we do also have a couple minor corrections that we'd like to make. One is related to the recommendation that Ms. Gavoni mentioned we adjusted with regard to the MPDU recommendation. We'd like to strike the language that says, aligned with current county policy, new development should provide, and just say provide 15% MPDUs in new development. We'd also like to, sort of building on the comments from John on the historic preservation recommendations, we'd like to add a recommendation in the public hearing draft that just acknowledges the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to the board, which is to list the property in the locational atlas and index of historic sites, and request that the County Council approve an amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation to designate the Horad House as a Master Plan historic site. We also have one addition to the CIP table, which is related to the recommendations that, that Chuck presented on the Parks, Trails, and Open Space, which is to add the following CIP item to the CIP table for the construction of a relocated playground and associated stormwater management and ADA improvements. With that, we'd like to request that the board recommend approval of the working draft as the public hearing draft and request that the board schedule a public hearing on February 27th, 2025.
So, all done? Okay,
All
thank,
done,
you know,
yeah.
thank you, Ms. McVeary, for this very detailed presentation, and I know it's a team effort, the fact of all of you here, so thank you all, both on the planning and park side, and for your in-depth analysis. It took a lot of work to do this, and for your very detailed recommendations. I know you had a guiding star, many guiding stars to do this, a couple of, to mention, Thrive Montgomery 2050 and the Parks Pros Plan. So we really, really appreciate that. And then also, I just want to point out your extensive outreach to the community. That is so important in order to, it's not just what you believe, but you've got some feedback from the community, and that's also represented here, and we will also hear during the public hearing. So thank you so much for that. Any other comments or questions from the board?
First, I just wanted to say this is a really remarkable plan. Like, it's clear that it ticks so many boxes of the things that we talk about, and as you mentioned, so many of these things are derived from other county plans that have been worked on for a long time. Like, it's all sort of feeding in positive directions, and I really appreciate the work that you all have done on this. And obviously, we've had conversations about it. We've been tracking it, so it's nice to see it come to fruition. Knowing that we're going to have some work sessions, I just wanted to talk about a few comments and questions for consideration as we head into that. Not for any changes today, just things to maybe tee up as we continue working on this in the next couple months following the public hearing. The first thing I just wanted to say for context, and I've been thinking about this more as it relates to our corridors. We talk about corridor-focused growth all the time. A lot of our policies are oriented toward that. We have this ongoing kind of corridor typology effort to think about how we can change some zoning on a typology basis on our corridors. And I think it's all great. It's all to the benefit of the county. A concern that I think I have in a narrow sense is we often, and this plan is a good example of that, we think about the corridor-focused growth often, not always, but often in terms of abutting the corridor. And we talked about that today with the overlay zone a little bit. Most of the proposed zoning changes, not all, I think it in many cases it extends about a block past University-ish. But for large roads like University, Georgia, 355, if that's a focus of corridor growth at some point, 20, Colesville going up that way, Veers Mill. There is, to come back to a point made earlier about environmental justice, there is an environmental justice point to be made about focusing so much housing right next to large roads, which do create more pollution, which do create more noise pollution, which are a safety hazard. And on top of that, sort of the justification is that we want to ensure compatibility and kind of scaling down to the surrounding neighborhoods. And I would hate to put ourselves in a position where in the pursuit of a lot of the good things as part of these plans, we're actually putting a lot of people in areas where they do face some impacts related to just large roads with high volumes and some pollution associated with that. We need growth there, to be sure. But I think we also need growth in many places. And this could be an opportunity for us to think a little bit more broadly about what a corridor means and kind of where the growth, what access means along that corridor. And are there opportunities for placing more potential density and looking for more potential redevelopment sites a block, 2 blocks off of the corridor, which is roughly the same access, right? But not kind of insisting that all new growth has to go in the areas where maybe they face some disproportionately high like traffic impacts, for example, than the surrounding neighborhoods. So that's just a broader context point, because I think there is more and more research, and I want to come back to this with Blair High School as well, which sits on the intersection of 2 high-speed roads, and there's certainly concerns about playing outside in that space. And I saw that one of the recommendations was, for maybe kind of more activated open space right outside of there, kind of right at that intersection. And I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about as well, like thinking about where we're prioritizing space and people related to these big roads. and not inadvertently actually putting them in positions where it could impact their health. We need density along the corridor for sure. It's just that's a broader context point for kind of how we do this holistically, and if there's opportunities to grow outside of just abutting the corridor itself. So on top of that, just quickly, I just want to go through a quick list of other things to talk about potentially. I noticed that in some cases, we're recommending preserving R60, R90 zoning relatively close to future BRT stations. I think that could be an opportunity to explore something more there. There are a few, we don't have to go into the examples, but there are a few cases where that's still there. Opportunities maybe for kind of thinking about, to Commissioner Hedrick's point earlier, increases in FAR and height, specifically for CRN, opportunities where maybe CRN can become CRT, and I'm thinking kind of along Colesville Road, kind of as it goes north from University. Largely, I think the land use recommendations are really great. But those were two things that came to mind. And then on the transportation side, we had a long conversation about BRT a couple meetings ago. We've talked about it, I think, individually as well with some staff. I know that the preference from the county right now appears to be curb running BRT, which we're recommending is protected, or at least dedicated. I'd like to explore a little bit more and a little bit stronger preference for, number one, I think categorically just saying, we want BRT along this corridor to be as efficient, as prioritized as possible, to move as many people through as possible, to be as protected from conflicts with other vehicles and turning movements and things like that. Whether that means kind of median running or not, I would like us to kind of take this rare opportunity to kind of state a strong preference for, like, we want to optimize BRT to the extent possible, to make it true BRT, to make it kind of a really good example of what can be done. Because we talk about this a lot, sometimes we think that, like, if we do a little bit here, kind of we do 50% of what kind of the gold standard is of BRT, it won't get 100% of the potential ridership goal, but maybe it'll get 50. And I think BRT is a good example of that actually not being the case. Pieces of BRT, when packaged together, are often greater than the sum of their parts. So if we think about optimization in a full package way with priority, efficiency, dedicated and protected right-of-way, signal priority, like all these things contribute to something that is greater than the sum of any individual of those parts. So I'd like to talk a little bit more about that as we move into the work session, if there's opportunity to have more, put something in the plan, have more conversations with MCDOT. So I'll leave that there for now. And the final thing I think we could talk more about is in the Four Corners area. Something else that we've talked about previously, I know. The one-way couplet, kind of it splits and then it comes back together as it moves east down the corridor. Number one, related back to BRT, so right now we're not recommending dedicated lanes through that area, basically for space constraint reasons and the right-of-way. Could we think about recommendations for if and when that one-way couplet changes, putting in dedicated lanes then? Some more conversation about that potentially. And also, this is what we talked about, I think, a little bit before, and we recommended a study for changing the couplet at all, and also a study for kind of if and when redevelopment happens, kind of laying out a more gridded street pattern in that area. Potentially using language that expresses, if not a little bit more urgency around that, it at the very least doesn't sort of kick the can down the road and concede that these things likely won't happen in the near term. I think that, at least my preference would be that it happens like as soon as possible. I understand it's a state road and it requires a huge amount of funding, but I would hate for language to remain in the plan that accepts that this change likely wouldn't happen in the plan time horizon. I think if we're going to make these recommendations, I think we should make them and say this is the intent, and not have any sort of like conflicting language that maybe people can look back on later and say, well, is this really a priority if the plan doesn't even envision it happening in 20 years? So we'd like to have more conversation around that.
Okay.
And that's I'm tapping out. That's,
Okay, okay.
that's it. But again, just, I know that's a long list, but it is a great plan. I really appreciate all the work that you all have done. We obviously have talked about it a lot, and just thanks for your hard work on this.
If there are no other, seeing.
Oh, just associate myself with all of his comments, and we'll get back to everything else during the work session. That's fine.
Okay, great, great. So do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation of approving the working draft as amended today? We have it so with some clarifications or some minor changes as the public hearing draft, and request that the planning board schedule a public hearing by or on February 27th, 2025. Do I have a motion for approval of that recommendation?
Yeah, I'll motion to move to approve that recommendation.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much, and we look forward to the public hearing on February 27th, 2025. Thank you. We're just going to take a 2-minute break, a hard 2-minute break, because we're running behind, and we'll start with our next item, item number 7, Montgomery Auto Parks Lot 17 and 18 preliminary plan amendment, site plan amendment, and forest conservation plan number F 2024-0980, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Montgomery Auto Sales Park Lots 17 and 18, preliminary plan amendment number 1, 1985027B, site plan number 8, 2014 014A, and Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0980, with staff is recommending approval with conditions. This morning, we have Philip Estes from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Philip Estes with the Up County Division, and staff is recommending approval of the Montgomery Auto Sales Project. There are 2 applications with this project. One is the preliminary plan amendment, which is only modifying the internal APF phasing schedule, and the site plan amendment, which would approve a 39,900 square foot automobile dealership. The applicant has met all the legal noticing requirements for signposting and the notice of the application. Additionally, the notice of public hearing has been mailed by staff, and to date, no community comments have been received. The subject property shown here in the center of Automobile Boulevard is located at 3110 and 3130 Automobile Boulevard in the Montgomery Auto Sales Park. There are 2 geographies associated with the project. The red dashed line is the overall property, which is applicable to the preliminary plan amendment for both lots 17 and 18. Lot 17 has an existing auto dealership. The site plan amendment is applicable to the lower portion of that teardrop shape. We're calling out the subject property, that is lot 18, and that's where the proposed auto dealership would go. And currently, there's an existing parking area there. This is the zoning map for the subject property and the vicinity. As you can see here, the subject property and properties to the north and northeast are zoned commercial residential, and to the south and southwest are zone IM, which is an industrial classification. The site plan amendment is being reviewed under the legacy provisions of the 2004 zoning ordinance for development standards. As I mentioned, the preliminary plan amendment would amend the phasing, and this will essentially allow the development on lot number 18 to occur before the development on lot 17. There's no change in the overall phasing schedule, which would time out within the 10-year period. Site plan amendment is shown here with the rendering of the front facade of the Volkswagen dealership. This is for 39,900 square foot auto sales and service with outside display and an accessory car wash. The applicant's also providing 2 open spaces shown here in the shaded green areas. These spaces are intended for use by both employees and customers. Staff just wants to note some of the landscape features the applicant's proposing. This area of Fairland Bricks Cheney, of course, is part of the recently adopted master plan. And the master plan recommends a 50% tree canopy coverage. However, given this is an auto use, which requires typically a great deal of surface parking areas for display, this is a somewhat challenging recommendation. So as you can see in this diagram, the shading is achieved by a combination of tree shading, which the applicant's proposing 37%, where the minimum required is 25%. Landscaped islands, 12%, where the minimum is 5%. And then a reflective concrete paving at 1%. And so the combination of these achieves a 50% shaded and cooling surfaces, which is commendable for an auto use like this. Additionally, the project provides more than the minimum amount of green space at 13, almost 14%. As I mentioned, there's 2 activated open spaces which will feature tables, chairs, benches, and specific paving for that area. The transportation, so the property fronts Automobile Boulevard, which has an existing 80-foot right-of-way that won't change. The sidewalks will be improved to a 6-foot wide sidewalk with a 9-foot street buffer and street trees. The Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan calls for a 6.5-foot wide separated bicycle lane on each side of the boulevard. However, at this time, it was deemed feasible for the applicant to provide a fee in lieu payment instead of constructing the facility, because at this time, the facility would be incomplete and disconnected from the bicycle network. There would be no connections. The fee in lieu payment will be contributed to DOT's capital improvement project for bicycle projects. Local area transportation review. The property is located in the Fairland Briggs Cheney policy area, which is an orange policy area. The proposed amendment, well, the original site plan was reviewed for an auto dealership with a higher density, which included the transportation study back in 2014. This amendment is actually provides less density, and the applicant demonstrated a trip reduction, so therefore the project is exempt from further LATR and transportation analysis. The forest conservation plan, so this is, the forest conservation plan is applicable only to the Lot 18 portion of this project. It meets Chapter 22A and the county's environmental guidelines. There are no environmentally sensitive areas or forest sites located on Lot 18. And as such, the afforestation requirement will be met off-site or in a fee in lieu payment into the Forest Conservation Fund. Therefore, staff's analysis finds that the project meets all the necessary findings to approve a preliminary plan amendment, and also the project meets all the necessary findings to approve a site plan amendment. This concludes our presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you so much. I only have one question. So in terms of that shading, so it is customary now you just paint the parking lot white? I mean, and then that you get credit for, I mean, and it stays white and all that. I mean, I'm just saying that's a current standard now, and and that works. It's the first time I've seen that to meet the shade coverage, but that's allowable, you're saying?
Well, the shade coverage, the master plan requirement is a 50% shade coverage. However, the zoning code minimum is 25%.
I see.
The 1% that the applicant's using, and they can perhaps speak more to that, is for a few spaces, and I don't believe it is actually painting the concrete. I think it's the concrete itself that's highly reflective.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to compare slide 8 to slide, was it 1 or 2 that shows the current existing lot, just for understanding? So the subject property is below where the current Dark Horse Chrysler Service Center is. So lot number 17 is not being developed, it's lot number 18. Okay.
Great. I have no other comments. If seeing in the board have any other comments or questions? Seeing none, do we have to have 2 motions here or just 1? 3? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm
Gave me 2
sorry.
options, and I invented another one. So, yes, if we could have 3 motions, please.
Okay, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
I'll be very quick. I'm Matthew Gordon from the law firm of Selzer Gurvich on behalf of the applicant. And we have representatives from Dark Horse as well as Macrice Hendricks. We just wanted to thank staff. We worked with them. We got caught, the original approvals from 2018, and then the master plan was being updated. So we had to work with staff on kind of making the development satisfy these new recommendations. But we think the project turned out well, and we look forward to seeing this last remaining parcel in the auto park developed with automotive uses that'll enhance what's already a very successful commercial center in the county.
Yep. Do you have a
Thank you.
time frame when you feel you will start, just out of curiosity?
I'd love to break ground as soon as possible. We're looking at Q1 to break ground and completion late 2025, hopefully.
Okay.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm Brian Ryder with Dark Cars Automotive Group.
All right, thanks.
Okay. You're good? No other, okay.
We're good, thank
All
you.
right, so do I have a motion to approve preliminary plan amendment number 1985-027B?
I'll move to approve the preliminary plan amendment.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve site plan amendment number 8/2014-014A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Move to approve the site plan amendment.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. And the last, do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0980, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward to your project moving forward. We're going to take a 1-minute break now. Just let staff switch over, and we'll start our next item, number 8, 7749 Old Georgetown Road, preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, 7749 Old Georgetown Road, preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plans, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Grace Bogdan with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. For the record, Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning. We are presenting to you 7749 Old Georgetown Road. That's the 3 applications that Chair Harris just mentioned. And we are recommending approval of each today with conditions, and we do have 1 revision for you. Just to get your bearings, the property is located in downtown Bethesda, which is in the southern portion of Montgomery County, near the western borderline with DC. Specifically within downtown Bethesda, the project is located within the Woodmont Triangle District, and this is just northeast of the Bethesda Metro Station. The site is highlighted in red on your screen, and it is located at a unique five-way intersection going into downtown Bethesda, and that's an intersection of Wilson Lane, Old Georgetown Road, St. Elmo Avenue, and Arlington Road. The image on the left side of your screen shows the existing conditions of the site. It is currently developed with 1 to 3-story commercial buildings that are home to Old Georgetown Grill and the Jewelry Exchange. It is zoned CR5 with a maximum height of 175 feet. It's 0.72 acres in size, and within the Bethesda Overlay Zone and the 2017 Downtown Plan. By way of background, in December of 2023, the Planning Board approved a sketch plan for the redevelopment of this site to allow up to 246,000 square feet of mixed-use development. And on the right side of your screen, you can see the conceptual massing that was proposed at that time. Fast forward to today, the applicant is requesting preliminary plan approval for one lot for the mixed-use development, site plan approval to construct the mixed-use building, maintaining that maximum density of up to 246,000 square feet. On the ground floor, the applicant will be providing up to 6,000 square feet of retail, which will activate that corner. And then above, the applicant will be providing up to 240,000 square feet of residential density for 270 multifamily units, with 15% of those being MPDUs. This project will utilize 89,165 square feet of Bethesda Overlay Zone density and has been conditioned to provide the appropriate park impact payment for that. And then for the forest conservation piece, the applicant is proposing a fee in lieu for 0.08 acres of afforestation and reforestation. The image on the right side of your screen is the refined proposal. And as you can see, this is looking into the site with St. Elmo Avenue on the left side of your screen and Old Georgetown Road continuing on your right, going into downtown Bethesda. So you can begin to see that retail activating this very prominent corner. In terms of access and circulation, this plan is showing the circulation to the site. In plan view, just to get your bearings, Old Georgetown Road is traveling north-south with St. Elmo Avenue east-west, and then Wilson Lane and Arlington Road off to your left side. The proposed lot is highlighted in the red dashed line with the building footprint. As you can see, it's stepped into the property line. The orange and blue arrows are indicating the proposed loading and garage access, which is located as far east as possible on St. Elmo Avenue, away from the main intersection. The blue arrow is indicating the vehicular access to the underground parking garage, with the orange arrow indicating access to a loading bay, which will provide sufficient space for a box truck, about 10 by 30 feet. The green line, the green shaded area, is showing where the applicant is proposing to construct the master plan separated bicycle lanes for the southern portion of St. Elmo Avenue. And this is comprised of a 5-foot bicycle lane with a 2-foot buffer, and the buffer will be comprised of flex posts and collapsible bollards, which will provide appropriate fire access to the site. And then the applicant will be continuing the bicycle lane beyond the site frontage to the east with painting and striping of a 5-foot bicycle lane to Norfolk Avenue. With the preliminary plan, the applicant is requesting a reduced truncation of the lot at the corner of Old Georgetown Road and St. Elmo Avenue. And essentially what this means is that typically with lots at corners, the corner is intended to be angled so we can ensure that there's proper maneuverability, visibility at those corners. However, in this instance, the applicant is providing a building design that is achieving that 25-foot truncation with the location of the building footprint. And additionally, the applicant is proposing a public access easement to be recorded at the surface to ensure that no further elements are going to be constructed in that area to maintain safe visibility. This was reviewed and supported by planning staff, MCDOT staff, and SHA. So with these mitigating elements, we are supportive of the reduced truncation. In terms of architecture, the building has been refined since the conceptual massing and has been to the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel twice in the summer of 2024, and they are supportive of 25 design excellence points for this design. And so there's a minimum 10-point requirement in Bethesda, maximum 30, and so they felt very supportive of the design and how it's moved forward. The image on the left side of your screen shows the base of the building, again, with the retail activating that corner. The base will be 6 stories in height, and then above the base, the building begins to step back at this angular fashion. The applicant describes it as a chevron style. really providing a modulation at this corner, and that is both on the St. Elmo and Old Georgetown Road facades. The image on the right side of your screen is showing the Old Georgetown Road facade and the tower separation, which is a recommendation of the Bethesda design guidelines. And moving on, in terms of public benefits as an optional method, the project's required to achieve 100 public benefits from 4 categories. The applicant is achieving this, exceeding it at 110 points, achieving points with the streetscape improvement for the bike lane, providing units that exceed the county standard for accessibility. And in terms of protection and enhancement of the natural environment, the project is located within the high performance area of downtown Bethesda, so it is required to achieve 15 points in the energy conservation and generation category. So they are providing a building that exceeds the energy performance standards of the county, as well as a recycling facility plan. And these 2 items were reviewed by the Department of Permitting Services and Department of Environmental Protection. The applicant has met all noticing requirements, and we did receive 2 correspondence emails during the review of the application. One was a question from Delegate Corman's office in regards to how impacts during construction will be managed at this prominent 5-way intersection. And we did coordinate them with the Department of Permitting Services and Right-of-Way Division. At the time of building permit and right-of-way permit, they will be required to provide a construction management plan as well as a temporary traffic control plan to determine how those impacts will be mitigated. And they will also be assigned an inspector. And so we connected them with those particular staff members. And then secondly, in terms of loading, there was a concern about the loading bay, and not just the project's ability to provide the 10 by 30 space that's necessary, but the maneuverability around that space. And so since the posting of the staff report, the applicant did provide an updated loading exhibit showing additional area around the loading bay to provide the proper maneuverability. And so we are recommending an additional condition to the site plan, condition 19, which talks about items to be addressed at certified site plan. And essentially the language on your screen is what we're suggesting to add so we can formally incorporate the applicant's exhibit into the certified site plan. And we do have that available for discussion today if you'd like to see that. And so with that, we do find that the application satisfied the appropriate standards of the zoning ordinance, the subdivision ordinance, and Chapter 22A for forest conservation, and conforms with the 2017 downtown plan. And we recommend approval with conditions as revised.
Thank you for your quick update. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Harris and Commissioners. Matt Gordon on behalf of the applicant, Stonebridge. Seated to my left is David Cerniglia, and then 2 over from my right is Doug Furstenberg. We're in support of all staff's recommendations, and we appreciate all their time over the past year working with us on the development applications and are available if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm delighted you're coming forward with a residential project, a significant amount of units with the 15% MPDUs and how you're going to activate the ground floor with retail. That's wonderful. And I love the, attractive, it's very attractive. So thank you for working to get that done and to get all of those design benefit points. So I just have a couple questions for staff. When you talk about the truncation, use the word now, the build to line. Is that just build the distance from the property line to the front of the building? This build the line to line concept?
The build to line is really the curb line to the building face.
The curb line to the building. Okay, great. And then you mentioned while in the trip generation analysis chart you had that you showed that the 6,000 square foot retail would not generate the need for any parking. And is that because you're not providing parking for retail, or why they had no number for when you show retail?
I believe this is part of the LATR guidelines that if the retail square footage is considered accessory, there's no parking that's allowed to be contributing to that.
Okay, so accessory means a minor portion of the overall project.
Correct.
Okay, great. Do you know what's the cutoff between what is?
I personally do not. Okay. I'm looking to our transportation planner that helped us out, Florence Dwyer. Do you happen to know?
Yeah, it,
Just give us a couple minutes
it
and we
is
can find
minor,
it.
but I just want, is there some definitive cut off point? But love the project. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a
or comments?
question. How tall will the building be?
175 feet.
The maximum height?
That is the maximum height in the zone. There are certain structures that can go above the building, and those encroachments are, they're spelled out in the zoning ordinance.
Yep, and also, I also love that it's parked at only about half a space per unit, so we're all into less parking. Yes, thank you.
That was the only comment I was going to make, is I appreciated the fact that it's parked, I think, appropriately for the location and the size. Honestly, I wish it could be taller than 175 feet, honestly. That's the only comment. That's the only criticism I have. Also, it's parked across the street from a public parking garage. Could have just borrowed some spaces.
Yeah, yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Just a minor one. Also, just kind of echo the appreciation for the parking ratio. I think that looks really good for downtown Bethesda in general. Of course, my preference would always be to go lower, but we'll take the win when we get it. My question is about the bike lane being put in. I thought I saw something in the staff report that mentioned this is like an interim condition bike lane to meet sort of the intent of the master plan, but given that this redevelopment is happening now, do we expect this to become something different in the future, and would that be a CIP project for the county instead of redevelopment?
So when this project moved forward, we worked really closely with MCDOT to determine if it was going to be the interim condition or the final condition. We have two members of DOT on the line, Matt Johnson and Billy Willen, that might be able to speak to when the final, the full version can be updated, but I'm not aware of a CIP that will be putting this in place.
Okay, not critical, but since I see that Matt just turned his camera on. Yeah, Matt, if you have any insight into that, that'd be appreciated. Also for the other side of the street as well.
For the record, Matt Johnson with Montgomery County DOT, Bikeways Coordinator. There currently is no CIP funding for building out the full master plan recommendation, but we felt that this was a good compromise to get part of the facility, and it actually does extend all the way down to the end of the block. So it's not just the frontage, but it does go beyond, and it will provide an improvement over what's currently in place, which is no bike facility.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that was my only question. Yeah, it's a great project, so yeah, thank you so much for bringing it up.
Chair Harris, I do have the answer to your question.
Okay, great.
This applies for up to 50,000 square feet, 15,000 square feet of gross retail space in a building that has at least 90% of its floor area ratio devoted to 21 non-retail uses.
Okay, thank you. So the cutoff is 15,000 square feet. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. So hearing no other comments or questions, we're going to do 3 motions here, one for each of the plans. So do I have a motion for approval of preliminary plan number 1/2024-0070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Ayes have it, 5-0. The second is, do I have a motion for approval of site plan number 8/2024-0090, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I move to approve the site plan.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And the last is, do I have a motion for approval of forest conservation plan number F2024-1020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you so much. We look forward to this project moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you. We're going to take a break for lunch and be back at 1:15. Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, Water and Sewer Category Change Requests, Administrative Delegation 2025-1 Group, where staff is recommending to transmit comments to the county executive. This afternoon, we have Jamie Pratt with the Planning Department presenting this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Pratt from the Up County Division, and I have Don Ziegler with me today. And at the table in front of you are Alan Sukup and Tim Williamson from DEP to answer any technical questions that I have to punt on. So we only have 2 items today. These are the administrative group because they typically are going to be not too controversial, and they're easier to approve than some of the longer cases I brought to you that require a county council decision. This one will just be decided by DEP and the county executive. So we're before you today because Maryland state law requires that the planning agency opine on whether the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan or the master plans of the county. Most of our master plans that we've approved in the last few decades have had a planned sewer envelope exhibit to make this job a little bit easier. We do have a case before us today that does not have one of these maps, so I'll get to that in a second. This is just an example from the only master plan. So getting into the first item, this is a request of the Carl Semino property at 2211 Only Sandy Spring Road in Ashton. The applicant is requesting public water service for an existing single-family detached house due to a failed well. The property is in the RC zone, and it is within the 2021 Ashton Village Center Sector Plan. You can see on the map on the right, the blue line indicates that there is a water main on Only Sandy Spring Road in front of the property. And it's hard to tell the color on this exhibit, but it is also within the planned water envelope for Ashton. So the master plan supports public water and public sewer throughout the entire sector plan area. So if you are inside this boundary, the master plan supports it. And not only that, but DEP has already requested expedited water service to serve the property because of the well failure. So by now, they perhaps already have water service, but we have to make it official. So we'll just hold on to the end because there's just 2 cases, so I don't think we need a case-by-case decision here. So the second case is the Ali Sharazai Murbagari property. It is at 17639 Charity Lane in Germantown, zoned R200 and within the 1989 Germantown Master Plan area. The closest water line in this case is not actually within Germantown Road, but across the street in Chatterley Terrace that serves this neighborhood. So there is an intervening HOA property that they would be required to work with to access the water source. There's another line to the north that's would be a little bit more difficult to tie into. So one or the other, but there's not a abutting main in this case. This shows the planned sewer envelope. You can see that the way it's been drawn for some time now excludes this property from the planned sewer envelope. And that's kind of why we're here today. So this sewer envelope should reflect what the master plan recommends. And so getting into that part, the master plan is not entirely clear about its support for public water and sewer. It fairly straightforward in the highlights chapter states that it recommends the expansion of the sewage systems into all areas of Germantown. And if we could just stop here and say, well, then that's it. But usually there's a chapter further on that discusses in more detail what the actual recommendations are. And in this case, it says that it recommends water service for all the areas in Germantown recommended for development. But it wasn't clear about where it recommended sewer service, except for to say that it generally should be provided along with water service. And then there is some language that hints towards, as long as it's in conformance with the comprehensive water supply and sewerage systems plan for the county, the 10-year water and sewer plan, if you will. So you can see on the map that all of the areas around this neighborhood were recommended development, and therefore all of them were recommended for water and sewer service. But a lot of Germantown already had water and sewer service at the time, and none of that is shown in any particular color because that wasn't the purpose of this map. So whether it's shown in color on this map or not does not indicate whether sewer service is actually recommended for it. So then we looked at the current water and sewer the sewer categories, and you can see that there's only a few isolated pockets of Germantown that don't currently have public sewer service. And since it does suggest that we use the 10-year water and sewer plan for guidance, that plan recommends that public sewer service be provided in the R200 zone unless recommended against in a master plan. And so therefore, because there's no specific recommendation against it, there is that broad statement at the front that it should be provided to all areas of Germantown. We believe the master plan does support public water and public sewer for this property, and any of the ones within the 1989 plan boundary, in fact, that is in pink here. This one, there's kind of a secondary request. The reason that this is before us at all is because the owner of this property has expressed an interest in subdividing it into 3 properties. And given the R200 zone and that it's 4.5 acres, it would average 1.5 acre lots, which are bigger than most of the lots in this subdivision. But you will see this plat shows the sewer septic reserve area, or the septic area, not even reserve. So each one of these, when this was platted, this was just prior to the 1989 plan, and all these people did have septic instead of public sewer. So then whether he can subdivide the property or not gets a little bit tricky because there's a stream in the backyard that would have a 100-foot stream buffer that they couldn't develop in, and then there's a 40-foot front setback. So whether he could fit any additional houses within here and have any sort of a meaningful backyard or anything is a different question. But we believe that the master plan supports public water and public sewer for this property, whether it's just for the single existing property or whether they subdivide.
That was going to be my question, whether or not they were seeking it for the current existing structure or for future development. So they're doing it for both.
We think if it qualifies for one, it's the same logic that it qualifies for a future subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
And so that's it. We just need your approval to transmit these recommendations. We had approval for both of them, for both properties.
I'm in agreement with approving both. I just have a question again. So just, what is the difference between like W1, W3 versus W1, S1 versus W3, S3? They're both, could you, the tutorial again, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so W1 is, so W1.
State your name.
Oh, this is Tim Williamson, DEP. And W1 and S1 are approved for public service and that it's available, whereas W3 and S3 are approved for public service when it becomes available.
I see.
So in this case, we have it as W3 and S3 because extensions are needed to the mains to serve the property.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Or? So do I have a motion for approval of these two water sewer recommendations as presented?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the comments and water sewer recommendations and sending them on.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. So we're going to just take a 1-minute break and then go to item number 10, briefing on Martin Street Shared Use Path. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, briefing on the Martin Street Shared Use Path, where staff is recommending transmittal of comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. So this afternoon, we have Eli Glazer of the planning staff presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris, members of the board. My name is Eli Glazer, acting countywide transportation planning supervisor. I'm joined today in front of us, the MCDOT project team, Rebecca Park, Cameron McAllister, Dan Sheridan, and their consultant from Mead and Hunt. This project is Martin Street Shared Use Path. It is a 10-foot shared use path project in the just outside the Wheaton CBD, stretching from Arcola Avenue to Henderson. If we go to the next slide, today we're going to talk about how we got here for this project, the existing conditions today, all the way up through the design concept, costs and impacts, and then staff have some recommendations, which are in the staff report, and then we can go to questions and comments. So as I said, this stretches from Arcola Avenue to Henderson Avenue, crossing Hermitage and Parker Avenues, just east of Amherst Avenue is where it comes into Arcola. It connects to multiple access points for Wheaton Regional Park. It connects the Wheaton Library. It provides a alternative for pedestrians and bicyclists to using Georgia Avenue to get from this part of to and from this part of Wheaton to the Wheaton CBD. In terms of sort of the master plan and sort of why DOT is looking at this and considering this project, this was a connection identified as part of the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan. It was identified as a connection in the 2023 Pedestrian Master Plan. And I think most recently, it was included in the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan as a important access connection for improving and reducing distances for people to access Wheaton Regional Park. So this, in addition to that, I would say it came up as a next step in our conversation with the planning board about the Amherst Avenue separated bike lanes, where it was essentially extending the value of that project, which will go from Arcola down to Wyndham Lane, so essentially paralleling the entire east side of the Wheaton CBD, and this extends the connectivity of that further into the residential neighborhoods to the north. So staff is very excited about this project and the potential for this project to provide that additional parallel connectivity to Georgia Avenue through the Wheaton area. Next slide. And now Cameron McAllister from MCDOT is going to take control of the presentation.
Good afternoon. All right. So as Eli touched on, the project will connect to the future Amherst Bikeway. So the purpose and need is to get traffic off of Georgia Avenue and provide an alternative to the Wheaton Library and Recreation Center, as well as the Wheaton Regional Park. So what we're looking to do is included in the bicycle master plans as well as the complete street guides. What we're looking to do is build a 10-foot ADA compliant shared use path that will stretch from Arcola Ave up to Henderson Avenue. The project goals is to improve the safety for all residents using the site, reduce airborne pollutants, and improve safety for disabled users by providing an alternative off of Georgia Avenue. During the project, we will consider the drainage pattern tie into existing street crossings, and throughout the project, we will ensure that adjacent properties, we will do minimum impacts to residents and adjacent properties. So these are some photos from the existing conditions of the existing path that's there. So this is Arcola Ave looking north towards Henderson Ave. Right in this photo, you can't see as well on the goat path that does exist. This is summertime, so the vegetation is a little more grown up. But there is a path that leads there existing where you can see where users are using it. You could see a little in this photo as well. Definitely here at the intersection of Hermitage Ave, you can see how the path is definitely being used, and there are adjacent properties with fencing along the edge. There are some right-of-way usage with residents in adjacent properties with driveways, as shown here in the left photo. With Parker Ave, again, this is another usage of the existing right-of-way. So as you can see, it's not developed, but this is an existing right-of-way within the path limits. And also there's some obstructions that limit the use of the path for its current use for residents throughout the area. These are just more existing conditions. Henderson Ave, there are signs letting people know about the obstructions while using the path, and then as you can see that this area has the goat path as well. So we have our safety considerations. I would like to highlight the crossing distance. So basically the time that it would be needed to cross these existing crossings. Currently there aren't any crosswalks there. This is a injury and fatality map that shows a lot of the pedestrian injuries or fatalities with automobile vehicles. As you can see, there's a lot currently along Georgia Avenue corridor. So providing this alternative, especially with it being ADA compliant, would remove a lot of that potential pedestrian traffic off of that road. Another operational consideration is the county bicycle stress map. So it shows the stress level of pedestrians and cyclists along pedestrian paths and sidewalks along the streets throughout the county. And Arcola Ave as well as Georgia Ave are high, so that's high stress level. So it's not a comfortable biking or walking experience for residents. So with these streets being low and very low, Parker Ave, Hermitage, as well as Henderson, completing this path through this corridor would actually lower the stress level for residents and pedestrians. So this is an example of what would be a planned facility. It is through a wooded area, so we would like to do a paved ADA compliant 10-foot wide trail with about a 2 feet buffer. We would do crosswalks and signage, stormwater treatment, as well as lighting. All right, so then so here's, so back to the crosswalk, so we would like to tie it into existing conditions. So special care will be given to the mid-block crossings such as Hermitage and Parker Avenue to ensure the safety tie-in, as well as tie into the future Amherst facility at Arcola Ave. There is a drainage ditch in the middle of the path. We'll get to the actual plan set in a second. And so for those areas, a microbial retention is recommended for drainage, as well as bioswales throughout to help with the stormwater treatments. So this is the typical cross-section. So this is what's existing at Martin Street and Henderson Ave. And this is what we would be proposing, just basically a two-way, a shared use, 10-foot shared use path. This shows cyclists on it, but it would be a multi-use path that would just line up with the existing, the existing vegetation. Throughout this, we have analyzed different types of material that can be used. So such as perky pave that's been used through Department DDOT. So basically around critical tree root zones and things of that nature, we would be able to hopefully keep more trees than removing any, as well as protecting that critical root zone. That's just another type of material that can be used, capital flexi pave. And as you can see, it keeps the buffer and it also is still a smooth surface. So as we get into the plan set, starting here, this is Henderson Ave on the left side, and that's where the path would begin, and it would go down, and we would be able to use pervious pavement, one of those flexible pavements for both of those options. This option is the where the curb and gutter are already developed, and it's just right of way that's existing, and that crossing will go over. Yeah, so then this would be the typical cross section. So the proposed 10-foot path, the grade, and all of it will be built within the existing right of way. All right, and then the midsection of the path, that would be, in this area is where the proposed micro retention would need to go. There's currently a drainage there. This section that's highlighted in blue would be the path, and it also would be able to be constructed with flexible pavement, partial pervious pavement. If you see here, there are residents, a driveway that is adjacent to the right-of-way. Right here, there would be about a 3 to 4 foot buffer with vegetation in order to separate the path, as well with signage and possible barricades to keep vehicles from driving onto the path and staying onto the side that's designated for vehicle travel. And so Here's the cross-section for that. So actually it'll be, yeah, 4-foot buffer with the vegetation, 10-foot for the driveway widening, and then also the 10-foot path. And this is the final section of the path. So the blue highlighted section is what would be able to be constructed with the pervious pavement. Starting at this section, section C, since there is a incline, the grade of the incline doesn't permit for the pervious pavement, so that would be constructed with traditional asphalt, and it would tie into the Amherst Avenue two-way bicycle track that picks up here, coming down Arcola Ave and leading through this intersection. And so here's the cross section. As you can see, it's still within the right of way, and there would be a retaining wall, proposed retaining wall for that section due to the grade and the nature of the slope. All right, so the project cost estimate is listed here. So we have the planning and design supervision, construction costs. So it seems like it would be about $900K as of now. Resident responses. So we did hold a public meeting on this, and we got some pretty decent feedback. There were concerns concerns from residents with adjacent properties on how their property would be affected, especially those that are currently using the right of way. But for the most part, a lot of the feedback was good. There is a Wheaton Neighborhood Park Association that's reached out to me multiple times to get the status of the project, and they are really pushing for the project. A lot of residents use wheelchairs, and some are on, they use a lot of strollers and also wheelchairs and walkers that they are able, and so they're really for the project being ADA compliant. And the only other concern was the lighting with adjacent properties on there, if it would affect their home or not.
So can I ask you that? Is it lighting necessary? I was wondering that why, because it's between the houses.
This is Rebecca Park, Transportation Engineering Unit Manager. The lighting is required by the county guides and policy that anytime we put in new shared use path, we have to put lighting in. The lighting right now is not going to be adequate for the shared use path.
So there is lighting there right now?
There is no lighting right now. It's,
Yeah, because it could be a concern of interfering with the houses next door. That's something that I do agree we have to consider.
Yeah, we will consider that. I mean, I think we did receive, among the comments we received, that came up, and right now we are in the planning stage, so we haven't started developing the lighting design yet, but that will be in the consideration, that will be developed as part of this project.
I would just add that, so this is at about 15, this is at a concept stage. I think one of the great things about this project and sort of the vehicle that DOT's brought this to us is we're doing a briefing right now, but as they advance design, we'll have the opportunity to go to mandatory referral on this as well to answer some of those more detailed questions, and at a stage of design where some of those more specific details about some of what we don't know will be answered.
So are we planning to do a facility planning on this, or can we just go straight to design and construction? We like this project, so.
I mean, this is sort of facility planning, but it is a small scale. It's a very straightforward project that if we receive funding next fiscal year, next budget cycle, which is like FY27, if we receive the funding, then we can start the final design and construction.
So it would be ready to request for funding for the next cycle?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, thank you. I don't know, but I do not know how much cost is for lighting, because lighting is not cheap. you may want to phase it because the construction of this project is more important to happen. Even though if you don't get enough funding or if it goes over cost, I suggest to build it and put the lighting later with some kind of conduit or something, but at least something you could take into about it to be able to get money to build it. not to-
Yeah, we're gonna cost out all the construction items and then put it in the request for additional funding. Sure.
Okay. So as we kind of just went over, where we're at in the stage now, we would submit for mandatory referral and we begin construction drawings and design completion, hopefully by summer of 2025. And then we do have some recommendations from the planning staff as well.
Thank you, Cameron. So yeah, we support this project. We've supported this project for a long time, and I think it's a really good example of sort of different parts of MCDOT talking to each other and coordinating on extending and improving the benefits that projects have within the county. The Amherst Avenue project that this connects to is a Tier 1 bikeway in the Bicycle Master Plan, and this will make that even more accessible to more people. So we think it's really great. Just two specific comments, if we go to the next slide. First, the project, as it's currently designed, kind of ramps down to the road at Parker Avenue and at Hermitage Avenue in the middle. This can make visibility difficult. Picture if you're a trail user using the pathway or you're somebody driving along the road where the pathway intersects. It can make it difficult to see, especially if there's adjacent on-street parking. It may seem like trail users are sort of popping out from behind parked cars at speed. So I think we would recommend considering the use of raised crosswalks at these locations. The benefit of a raised crosswalk is that it improves that visibility by putting the either pedestrian or bicyclist a bit taller in the roadway, and that it also improves accessibility by making it so that people who may have a disability or using a wheelchair or some other mobility device don't have to go down into the road surface and then push themselves or pull themselves back up to path level. A raised crosswalk would also discourage parked cars from sort of blocking the path, and it would also provide traffic calming along these roads, so motor vehicles are driving slower in general, not just affecting pathway users, but others as well. Next slide. I think a consideration here, which is important, is that these roads don't have sidewalks. So if these raised crosswalks are considered, we would want the slopes to be designed in such a way that you could walk up them or roll up them from the road, because as a pedestrian, to access the path, you're using the road. And then this is just an example of a raised crosswalk that came from the pedestrian master plan. The next recommendation is to consider adding a fence or some other vertical element where the path ends at Arcola Avenue to prevent people from sort of unintentionally entering Arcola in the southbound direction. This picture here shows essentially the Martin Street shared use path ends at Arcola at the top of this image, and then MCDOT is proposing widening the sidewalk on the north side of Arcola, which is sort of the up to bottom line on the left side here, and then people would use that shared use path and then transition onto either the Amherst Avenue sidewalk or the bikeway. So one of the issues with this, if we go to the next slide, is that there's a slope there. There's some topography issues there, such that if you were traveling southbound, so from left to right in this image, you could end up in Arcola Avenue if you weren't watching your speed and you didn't make the turn shown in yellow appropriately. So I think it would be worth exploring, if we go to the next slide, some sort of vertical barrier that would make it very clear that you should not be doing this. This is admittedly not an aesthetic or appealing image on the right from the Matthew Henson Trail at Georgia Avenue, but some sort of barrier or separation or visual cue to folks that they need to be slowing down as they go down towards Arcola so they can safely make the turn onto the Arcola Avenue side path would be, I think, very helpful. And then next slide. So then just to reiterate, consider raised crosswalks here, consider adding some sort of vertical element. Staff strongly supports the project and would ask the planning board to allow us to transmit comments to MCDOT with these recommendations, and if you have other recommendations, if the board has other recommendations they'd like to identify, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from the board?
No, I really like this project. It's really interesting that such a mature neighborhood would have an existing pathway like this. And it's interesting because connectivity is a major push with the master plans that are coming forward and the ones that we passed in 2024. It's just interesting that this wasn't done prior and it's here now. And so it's a really exciting project and I'm excited for the community to have it. It would be interesting to know if there's an opportunity to expand or ensure or place paths like this in other mature neighborhoods because connectivity and making neighborhoods walkable is an interest of all the residents. Thanks.
It's a great question. Thank you for the question and the support. Yes, the answer is yes. There are a lot of these, we would call them paper streets or unbuilt right-of-ways in communities across the county. I think in our more limited review, they're more apparent in sort of the down county, just due to when these neighborhoods developed, there was more of an emphasis on walking and sort of non-automotive modes of transportation. So in many, if you look at a lot of the plats in these areas down county, there are 20-foot, 30-foot unimproved right-of-way that could was intended to be a pedestrian path, whether unpaved or paved. You do see this one in particular, Martin Street is an example, I think, of an unbuilt road, but some of them are much more narrow, so they would have only been intended for pedestrians or bicyclists to use. So the pedestrian master plan identified, I think, over 300 potential connections that could be either through the capital improvement program or private redevelopment could be built to improve connectivity in existing neighborhoods like you're talking about. So I guess if we're interested in doing this moving forward, we would obviously support MCDOT's efforts to get these like pretty straightforward design projects built as soon as we can, and then through redevelopment, through the regulatory process, looking for opportunities to make these connections happen
100%.
For projects that have frontage or have property along some of these things.
Yeah, DOT used to have a sidewalk crew that they were going around and things that you already had right away, and it was pretty easy. They didn't even need to do design, and they would just do it. I don't know if you still have that sidewalk program, so maybe you could add this list of the 300 into your sidewalk program and see which ones could be done easily. It's a great project to look into if you still have your sidewalk program.
Hello,
It
this
was
is
under
Dan.
me at that time.
This is Dan Sheridan, and yes, the county does still have a annual sidewalk program. It is continually or weigh the budget.
Yeah.
But again, we can look at those. The way this project was done, it's a little bit more complicated. It does require design. We looked at it, but we didn't think it needed the whole facility planning. So this came under a relatively new program called Transportation Feasibility Studies, where there aren't really multiple options. There's just one option, kind of do or don't do. And that's how we were able to start the planning on this one. So I think we'll just keep coordinating with Eli and his group on these 300 and, maybe narrow it down to a top 10 list or something like that. Something that's
Especially if
manageable.
they are under
Yeah.
5,000 square feet, you can just do it. You
Yeah,
don't need
I don't know that
anything
there'd be
else.
too many under 5,000
I
square
don't know if
feet,
you
but,
can get
but
something like
correct.
that,
We
because
still
it
have
may
the,
not be very wide, even though.
so funding the construction could be done through those programs. We have a bikeway minor program, we have a,
Yeah.
so there are
Any other place, yeah.
lots of places, again, there's lots of competition for that money too. So again, prioritizing we, like was mentioned, we really like this because it extends the Amherst Greenway that we're building, so again, and it also ties closely with what Kyle Lucas is doing, getting people to Wheaton Regional Park, so, yeah.
So, yeah, thank you for the presentations, both of you. I'm very supportive of this project for a number of reasons. Many of you said the connectivity north-south to get people off of Georgia Avenue, where you saw all those fatalities and things like, so you have a parallel path that's more inviting. Also, it's not approved yet, but it's in planning, this Wheaton Cultural and Arts Center, which will be just south of the library, near Blue Ridge, just next to that current development, resident development. With the next development, there'll be residential plus the Cultural Arts Center. So it'll be a way that people can, north of that area, connect into Amherst, into that project, to Cultural Arts Centers, so a lot of neighborhood families can visit that art center safely. I think it's important that it's attractive, so that people will use it. And then you're talking about lighting. Today, don't they have this dark night standards? What do they call them? Dark light standards?
Yeah, so there's a standard called dark skies.
Dark skies, yeah.
So, and MCDOT lights are compliant with dark skies, and we've been working very closely with different parts of MCDOT over the past several months over the past several years on sort of updating the county's lighting requirements. So there are specific trail lighting requirements that MCDOT is sort of tries to adhere to. I think that wherever possible, the DOT design works to limit light trespass onto private property. So I think that is absolutely a valid concern. And I think as lighting design advances for this, I think it is very important from our perspective that because this is a transportation facility, it's available for people when it's dark outside. And that just has to be done in a contextually appropriate way through the design.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's got to feel safe, or people won't use it. Right. And I get what's, in the winter time, it gets dark earlier. It'd be nice if people are going to use it today, there's the proper lighting, but we have to be concerned it doesn't spill out into the neighboring properties. And so, yep, if you all for this, I know you probably have some safety standards too, I know in old days they have to call it SEPTED or something, where when you design it, make sure it's done in a safe way. So thank you. I'm all for it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. With staff's added recommendations. Okay, thank you. Any other?
Nobody covered it. The raised crosswalks, I really like the idea. I mean, those are very long blocks with very little breakup along Henderson and Arcola and Heritage. That's a long way for people to get up some decent speed. So I think the raised crosswalks would be good, both as a traffic calming measure and I think for selfishly, as I bike and also possibly walk around that area myself, it's not terribly far. But yeah, I think the raised crosswalk idea is helpful.
Okay, so no other questions or comments? To have a motion to approve staff's recommendations with those amendments, and that staff we transmit to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation for the Martin Street shared use path.
Yeah. Move that we transmit our comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, the ayes have it. 5-0, get it built quickly, okay? Thank you so much. We'll just take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start with item number 11, Local Area Transportation Review, LATR, as it's called, guidelines, interim update, where staff is recommending approve the updated LATR guidelines. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 11, the Local Area Transportation Review, LATR, as we call it, guidelines, interim update, where staff is recommending that the board approve the updated LATR guidelines. Welcome. We have Darcy Buckley with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Hi, and this is David Ansbacher at the Planning Department. I'm just going to kick this off. So Darcy's going to go into all of this, but the team here is here today, of course, to present the revised Local Area Transportation Review, or LATR, guidelines to the board and ask for your approval. The document, of course, provides guidelines to staff, developers, others for implementing the transportation element of the growth and infrastructure policy. And there's really two main aspects, I think, to this project. One, it's incorporating the changes that the council approved to the growth and infrastructure policy in November into the guidelines, which is great. We're super excited about that. But a part that I am maybe equally excited about, if not more excited about, is the comprehensive overhaul that Darcy undertook as part of this project. These guidelines had been added to and added to and added to over many, many years, and they became quite complicated. And I just can't commend enough the work that Darcy has done to really streamline this document, to reorganize it, and I think it's just outstanding work. So hopefully you agree, but I'll turn it over to her at this point.
Great. I feel your enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. This is Darcy Buckley with Countywide Planning for the record. The Planning Board implements the transportation section of the county's GIP through a process called Local Area Transportation Review, or LATR. The council adopted a new GIP in November, and it went into effect on January 1st. Accordingly, planning staff has updated the LATR guidelines, which we're bringing you today for your consideration. Today, I will provide some background and go over the key changes, including the new proportionality guide. Next, we'll review the revisions, and I'll provide a preview of the Phase 2 update. Then we'll have time for a discussion. At the end of all of that, we'll recommend that you approve the updated LATR guidelines. We're also going to request the ability to make a few other minor edits for style and clarification, and to correct some minor errors before publishing the document. As background, which I think we're all familiar with at this point, but the county code states that the planning board can only approve a development application after finding that public facilities can support new growth. The county council uses its growth and infrastructure policy to administer this adequate public facilities regulation. And the GIP sets measurable service levels as well as parameters for mitigation in order to enable development to proceed. The planning board makes its transportation adequacy findings through the LATR process. Through this process, applicants evaluate the area surrounding a proposed development and forecast the development's impact on transportation facilities. The applicant must either show that the surrounding facilities are adequate, or they need to provide needed facilities or pay for mitigation. The guidelines detail the specific documentation and analysis required to demonstrate adequacy. It serves as a key reference for our transportation engineers, planners, public agency reviewers, as well as community members. In the past, Montgomery Planning updates the LATR guidelines following the adoption of a new GIP. And in the past, these updates have lagged as many as 6 or even more months behind the policy adoption. This creates uncertainty for developers, and it keeps projects from advancing. In order to expedite the process this time around, we came up with a 2-phase process. Today is the first phase. We've incorporated the new GIP, improved the document organization, and we're also providing a new proportionality guide. We'll come back to the board with the Phase 2 update with some additional guidance and that addresses policy issues that require more stakeholder coordination. These are the key changes. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because we discussed these in detail at the December 19th Planning Board meeting. Some of the changes were updating policy area boundaries and designations, changing the threshold for an LATR study to 30 or more net new peak hour weekday motor vehicle trips unless otherwise exempt, establishing a 50 or more net new peak hour weekday motor vehicle trip threshold for daycare uses, exempting development projects that meet the definition of a mixed income housing community from the requirement to complete an LATR study, and extending the exemption for bioscience facilities for another 4 years, as well as removing the 3-year time limit to file for a building permit. We've also refined the Vision Zero statement to focus on managing speed for safety and simplified the non-motor vehicle adequacy test. We incorporated the exemption for all downtowns in addition to red policy areas from the motor vehicle adequacy tests and updated the intersection delay standards. Finally, we've revised the LATR proportionality guide, which provides a guiding upper limit for the cost of off-site transportation mitigation improvements. This document was first written in 2012, and over the past 13 years, the content has been added and deleted in a paragraph-by-paragraph fashion, and it hasn't been looked at holistically in many years. So during this update, we went through the guidelines line by line and reorganized it so that related content was grouped together and that the format now mirrors the outline of an LATR study. Chapter 1 is the introduction. It provides the principles of the LATR process and the applicability of the guidelines. Chapter 2 summarizes the process and gives instructions for completing our transportation adequacy form. Chapter 3 contains instructions for conducting an LATR study. Chapter 4 explains mitigation requirements and has the proportionality guide. And Chapter 5 provides some additional guidance, including on amendments as well as minimizing piecemeal development. We've updated and revised all of our tools and forms that accompany the guidelines as well. I want to highlight one of those forms called the Transportation Adequacy Form. This form replaces a form previously known as the Scoping Form. The new form has clear instructions and an intuitive format. It works as kind of a, follow your path in order to complete your requirements, and it contains links and explanations for how to fill everything out and where to get instructions for calculating the information we're asking for. This form needs to be completed by all projects that need an APF finding. For exempt projects, it acts as the LATR exemption statement, and for projects that require an LATR study, it acts as a scoping form. Here are some other tools that we've updated. One is a new one called the LATR Study Checklist. There's an example of the first page is on the right. This will be available on our website, and it lists all of the required elements of the study, including maps and tables. Sometimes we receive incomplete studies, so this will help both applicants and reviewers ensure that everything we need is in the study when it's submitted. We've also updated the LATR study outline. This is a resource that we introduced about a year ago, and it shows the preferred structure for the study and has an example table for all of the required tables. During this update, we're introducing a new email address for applicants to submit the transportation adequacy form. This goes out to all of our transportation reviewers. This allows us to quickly assign a reviewer to each project, and it improves our workflow process. And finally, we'll be refreshing our webpage so that information is easier to find. Here's a preview of the LATR study outline. You can see that it shows the structure, has example tables. For every table, we've filled in information, so it's very clear for the applicant what we're looking for. Next, we'll discuss the proportionality guide. The guide was first introduced in 2021. It provides a guiding upper limit for the cost of mitigation improvements. The goal here is to provide predictability to applicants and ensure that required improvements are reasonable and proportional to a project's impact, as is required by long-standing constitutional case law. Our current guide today, you can see the calculation on the right side of the screen. It takes the full extent of development, meaning either square footage or units and multiplies it by the orange policy area impact tax rate and an adjustment factor, which is based on the NADMS or non-auto driver mode share goal. There are a few flaws with this process, with this calculation, which is something we discussed during the GIP update. One, because we're using the full extent of development, there's no reduction for existing use. Basing it on units and square footage means that we'll often see the lowest cost for small footprints, even when it's a use that has a lot of motor vehicle trips, just even if it has a very lower intense use. And using the NADMS goal as the adjustment factor means it results in the highest cost in areas with the highest NADMS, and therefore the lowest motor vehicle impact. So for these reasons, the Planning Board recommended moving to a motor vehicle trip-based guide during the GIP update. Here is our proposed new guide. It takes net new daily motor vehicle trips and multiplies it by a flat proportionality guide rate. We're recommending $765 as that rate. First, I'll talk about the net new daily motor vehicle trips part of this equation. We're using motor vehicle trips here because it's a more accurate measure of impact. And we're going with daily trips because it encompasses the entirety of that impact. Some uses have trips that are all within those peak hours, where others have trips spread across the day. This makes it fair to projects, and it's not so reliant on a particular use. The calculation also includes reductions for existing use, as well as for pass-by or diverted link trips, which are trips that are already on the road and might just be stopping at the new land use. And finally, it's adjusted with our policy area trip adjustment factors, which are in Appendix 1 of the guidelines. These adjustment factors account for policy area specific travel behavior. The new proportionality guide will cover non-motor vehicle as well as motor vehicle mitigation.
I have a question. Where does the $765 come in?
I'm going to get to that next.
Okay, thanks.
So in order to calculate the $765, it's a good question. We were inspired by the methods used to calculate impact taxes, as well as the White Oak Local Area Transportation Improvement Program, or LATIP fee, as well as the proposed Bethesda Urban Mobility Program, or UMP. We took the 25-year CIP cost total. So what we did was we took our current 6-year CIP and selected all of the transportation projects, or a percentage of those projects that would improve adequacy as defined by the GIP. We then multiplied that by 6 to get a single year number and multiplied it out 25 years. So that you end up with 25 years worth of those costs. We then calculated the total 2050 motor vehicle daily trips. So that is the daily average trips across one day in the year 2050. We calculated that from planning's model. Importantly here, we used total trips rather than net new trips. This acknowledges that many of the adequacy issues that we need to fix are pre-existing conditions that, that everyone is responsible for, not just new growth. These are, whether or not there's growth, we will still need to fix them. So we took the 25-year CIP costs, divided that by the total daily trips to come up with a per trip rate, and that is $765.
Can I ask a question there? The total CIP projects, it's a big word, it's large. Does it include bridges? Does it include culverts? What is it a new construction, or is it a rehabilitation? What kind of, universe does it go through that 25 years? And the second question is that I do not know how you define if it improves adequacy. Is it supposed to be a new road or a better intersection? I don't know what, and the basis, is it like some kind of criteria?
Sure. Eli Glacier, for the record, CPP. So the way we went about this is very similar to the way that, as Ms. Buckley said, we went about it in sort of the original calculation for impact taxes. So we looked at the 6-year CIP. We looked at each project description in the CIP to determine whether it improved adequacy for a specific mode. So if, for example, if there was a bikeway project, that's a bikeway adequacy project. Doing that would improve adequacy for the bicycle test. In terms of roads, if it's a new road, yes, that's a project. Looking at other projects in more detail, bridges, for instance, is a very good one because some bridges are improving adequacy if they're adding a sidewalk or a bike lane or something like that, or even just more roadway lanes would be an improvement in capacity for motor vehicles. If we had projects where their entire purpose was maintenance, that was not included. So like roadway resurfacing is not something that we included. Just bridge maintenance without additional capacity for any mode was not included. Things like repairing existing curbing and some of those more maintenance functions weren't, but things like you mentioned at the previous item, like the annual sidewalk program, the bikeways program, like all of these things that are either improving existing facilities to in line with the tests that are in the LATR, or are adding new facilities that would improve capacity or adequacy. These are things that we included. So
you included non-vehicular modal, like bikeways and sidewalks, and also if there are intersection improvement that increase the adequacy.
yeah, so for instance, I mean, I think we use our professional judgment to do this, but yeah, things like there's a DOT, there's a CIP item for traffic signals, for instance, and I think we made the case that improving the quality of existing signals so that they allow for, they're timed in such a way that capacity and throughput is increased could conceivably be an adequacy finding. New traffic signals obviously can provide dedicated time for pedestrians to cross the street, which would improve pedestrian adequacy. So we tried to take sort of an expansive perspective that if we were improving things and not leaving it the same, we would count that. I think sort of what we wanted, I think the 765 number is kind of funny because it's just kind of like, it's $765, but like at the end of the day, what we did is we used the information that we had available about what the county's needs are, which is the CIP is sort of an expression of what we need to do, and we generalized that out to 25 years to match the traffic model trips that we have. So we know how many trips we're estimating 25 years from now in 2050. And then it's a simple division to figure out what that cost would be if we had the same CIP every year for 25 years. So this is not to say that this number, like the CIP will obviously change year over year, but this is a number that we feel pretty confident can be adjusted for inflation and will help us be proportional and reasonable, sort of in the context of all the other requirements that we have.
So you use current dollar value for 25 years?
Yeah, we haven't escalated for sort of future inflation, but there is obviously opportunity as I think Darcy may have recommendations about how to continue this.
Right, we do. When we're talking about the value, I want to point out, we did look at it in comparison to other numbers we use. For example, the White Oak LATIP has a number per peak hour vehicle trip. That number today is $5,000. That number was created in 2016, I think. So a number of years ago, but the number was created a while ago. When we inflate that number to present day value, it's about $7,000. So when looking at 765 for a motor vehicle trip, that when we can convert it to peak hour trip, and it's about $6,375. So that seemed in line with us for other numbers, which made us feel comfortable.
Yes, can I just quick, have
Yes.
you, just out of curiosity, have you tested this with costs from previous approved projects? Like, How did it feel?
We have, so we saw, differences, but for some projects, it increases the mitigation amount. Typically, those are projects with small footprints and really intense uses. And, we expect that. For other projects, it reduces it, and those are often projects that don't have as many motor vehicle trips, or that are replacing existing uses. So now they're receiving the credit for replacing that existing use. But it seemed like it was a fair like a fair assessment, and that's the feedback we've gotten from stakeholders as well.
Yeah, David Osbeck, I think we want to be very transparent, though,
Yes.
about some of the comments and some of the things that you're going to see. As you know, one of your recommendations to the council was to exempt daycares altogether from LATR. As you know, the council did not agree with that. One of the reasons we wanted to do that, because the idea was we were going to go to an approach like this. The council disagreed, but they did exempt daycares. They did increase the threshold for the daycare exemption. So instead of 30 trips, daycares now have a threshold of 50 trips. Therefore, daycares with 50 or fewer trips are not going to have to do LATR. Daycares that have more than 50 trips could have a hefty cost. And that is the outcome of the, I think, very in-depth conversation we had about this with the council.
The way that we're conducting trips also addresses some of those concerns. By using daily trips, we're not so reliant on the peak hour trips. One of the issues with daycares is that almost all of the trips happen within the peak periods. So by looking across the day, it's a more fair assessment because it's not putting all the focus on the peak hour. Also, it's important to keep in mind that that these will be higher because they were very, very low for daycares under the previous proportionality guide. So I want to cover a few revisions. These are primarily clarifications, and both of these came from stakeholders. The first one in Chapter 4, Section B1, it's about off-site mitigation considerations on page 32. We recommend adding a line that says, bike facility mitigation improvements are only appropriate along master plan bikeways. This has been our longstanding policy. It was in the previous LATR guidelines, but it didn't make its way into the revision that we shared. Planning staff supports only requiring bike facilities where they're master planned. This is because these are often short segments and they are unlikely to be completed without a master planned bikeway that could become a capital project. The second one is in Chapter 5, Section B2, about trip credits on page 36. We recommend adding a parentheses here that clarifies that former uses also include demolished uses. This has been, again, planning's longstanding policy, and this revision just clarifies the intent. During our, as I mentioned earlier, that today we are discussing the Phase 1 update. We'll return to the board with a Phase 2 update. And during that phase, we'll incorporate some additional guidance on select topics. We've identified a number of those topics, and over the coming months, we'll be working on them. One is to update the policy area trip adjustment factors. These factors reflect policy area specific travel behavior. They were initially created in 2011, and they're due for an update. We will also be defining off-site frontage and on-site improvements. This is something that requires stakeholder coordination and buy-in. So we'll be working on that, as well as developing guidance for trip reductions and specific guidance for schools and daycares. Right now, these were ideas that we got through stakeholder engagement. These are things that we often negotiate project by project, and we'd like to develop some standard guidance that both our applicants and reviewers can point to. We'll also be working with MCDOT and SHA to try to further define the timelines for the review of the transportation adequacy form and a draft LATR study. These are things that often are reviewed before the official development clock starts, but it's still important for us to have an agreed upon understanding of how long these initial reviews will take. And then last but not least, we'll consider updating an MOU we have with Rockville and Gaithersburg. Which has to do with when a plan looks at intersections in Rockville, when a project looks at intersections in Rockville or Gaithersburg, it says that we'll share that information with the cities. It's an out-of-date MOU, and we'll look into updating that. Now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
No, we asked one question.
Yeah, yeah. So once, assuming we approve this, then it goes into effect immediately?
Yeah, we'll need to post it to our website so that it will go into effect today. Yes, we would need to post it to our website and just make any final revisions, and that might take a couple days.
Okay. And just, can you go talk about, again, you said you had about the stakeholder input you had on this. Can you talk about that process?
The engagement that we've done so far?
Yes.
Yes.
For this phase one?
Yes,
Okay.
certainly. So a lot of this was based on conversations that we've been having over the past year and a half. We established, I guess a year and a half ago, we established our working group that we met and just talked with throughout the GIP recommendation development process. And we also had a meeting with them in December and then shared a draft with them in mid-December, which they all had a chance to review and provide comments on. I was then able to take those comments and incorporate them into the draft before we posted it. We've continued to have ongoing conversations.
Could you talk about the makeup of that?
Yes, that group is made up of, it has representatives from MCDOT and as well as SHA, and then a number of stakeholders in the development community.
Okay, great, thank you so much. So do I have if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the updated LATR guidelines as with changes brought before us today?
Yeah, I move to adopt the local area transportation guidelines as presented today with the updates.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We
Thank
look
you so
forward
much.
to phase 2 coming down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take, how are we doing on time? We're way ahead? Do we have everyone here for the next item? Do we? No. Okay, so.
I just sent a message.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break?
I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and be back at 2:50. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're beginning our last item of the day. It's Democracy Center Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2025-0020, Site Plan Number 8, 2025-0020, and Forest Conservation Plan Number F, 2025-0070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Amy Lindsay from the planning staff presenting this item.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning, here to present the regulatory plans associated with Democracy Center, preliminary plan number 1, 2025-0020, site plan number 8, 2025-0020, and forest conservation plan number F 2025-0070. We messed up a little on our numbering. It would have been great if we could have gotten them all 0020, but we were close. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of all three plans. Just to go over the location of the property, as you see Montgomery County, the property is located approximately where the red star is shown. And as you can tell, this is between the two spurs of I-270 and the Beltway. From a vicinity perspective, you see Westlake Terrace and Westfield Montgomery Mall. So this is an existing office park area. Right next door is the Lockheed Martin property, and this is located, co-located with this existing office development. Over here to the east, you see Walter Johnson High School and Old Georgetown Road, with the two spurs of I-270. The property is zoned CR 1.5, C 1.25, R 0.75 with a height limit of 200. The property size for purposes of the preliminary plan and forest conservation plan is 15.35 acres. However, the site plan will only cover Lot 1 as created by the preliminary plan, and that is 5.89 acres. This is located in the 2017 Rock Springs Sector Plan. And what is not so clear in the photograph is one of the major site constraints with this property, which is an elevation change. Between the lot line and the road and the existing open space, there is a substantial height difference. So we do have a slope there, and we also have running along outside of the right-of-way a large number of infrastructure. There's a lot of electrical lines primarily servicing the Lockheed Martin facility. So those are two site limitations that start to direct the development pattern. Sort of an overview of all three plans. We're looking at a retention of the existing office development and the development of a new residential multifamily high-rise on the open space and the creation of a privately owned public open space that provides recreation for all ages. In addition, there's an interim road diet that will create new bicycle facilities on both sides of the road. So that's kind of the big picture about what's happening here. All of this is happening using existing infrastructure. So there is no additional curb cut along Rockledge Drive. The preliminary plan 1/2025-0020 subdivides an existing parcel into two lots. There will be 1,144,060 square feet of total development, with the 6,000 350 square feet of existing commercial development to be retained on Lot 2, and 472,710 square feet of residential development on Lot 1, including 15% MPDUs. The development table shows how, even though we are having one parcel subdivided into 2 lots, and in some ways, the residential density is being separated out by the commercial density, from a preliminary plan perspective, it meets all requirements and is within the zoning capacity. So an overview of the site plan, which is just on Lot 1. You see the interim bike lanes on Rockledge Drive, privately owned public space here in between, and this allows that slope, which really can't be disturbed due to all of the infrastructure that is along Rockledge Drive. So it takes advantage of that with a building with up to 386 units wrapping a parking garage with 465 parking spaces in it. We have an entrance off of Rockledge Drive that already exists with a drop-off loop, which is located on Lot 2, but will be able to be used by the development on Lot 1. There are 6 parking spaces located in that area that are for the purposes of the proposed development on Lot 1. We have the vehicular access wrapping around to the side with access to the internally located parking garage, as well as a loading area and fire and rescue turnaround at the back. And this shows how the program all works together, with the leasing and amenity space being located at a level higher than the main entrance, but located on the same level as the privately owned public space. From an architectural perspective, the architecture blends in with the existing office park development, but is still distinctly residential in nature. The south facade uses units that access directly from the circulation loop, which will provide some activation along that edge. And we've got a main entrance and amenities space at that lower level as well. The west facade faces the I-270 spur, and that's where we have the parking garage entrance and then a loading and trash area. There are no direct access out from the units along this edge due to the more service nature of that area. The north facade, which faces towards the Lockheed Martin property, does have balconies on it, but once again, not direct access off of the units because there isn't really any facilities to go to out that direction. But the east facade does have direct access, and one of the features of this plan is how the building interacts with the privately owned public space, the way the units have access And the way the open space is designed, there is a transition area to make it clear what is public and what is private, so that you don't go directly from an active recreation area into private units. There is a bit of a buffer there, but it's still tied together. Also, there is the amenity space located towards the south end of that east facade. The privately owned public space is approximately 1.3 acres, and the design of this was coordinated with the Parks Department. It includes active recreation for all ages. There's signage at both entrances to make clear that this is for public use. And the curved circulation is great because it provides 2 access points from Rockledge Drive. It also provides accessibility instead of, because you do have a slope here, instead of making people come in further to the site in order to have accessibility to that open space, it is directly from these entrances.
So the ADA access to the park is from Rockledge Drive?
That is correct. So if you're here, this is ADA accessible to deal with that slope.
So does it have a parking?
There is,
ADA parking?
yes, over here, there's on the surface.
That's public parking in the terrace garden? So it's a public park. Where do the people park?
Well, so it's a privately owned, publicly accessible park.
But it's a public park, correct?
But owned privately.
I understand that, but
Yes.
it is a public park. That means that it should be available and welcoming to people from outside to come to the park. That's the question.
Right.
And
So
is it?
there is ADA parking spaces. It's under the legend that says terraced garden. But yes, there is ADA parking in that location.
And parking for the other people if they want to use it? Or there is no parking? They have to come by foot?
There isn't parking specifically designated for the open space.
Is there anywhere bathroom available for people to use? No, for public.
I think that's a question best directed for the applicant to talk through that.
You can tell us later. Okay.
From a circulation perspective, as I mentioned, this is using existing infrastructure, so that's very positive. So the motorized circulation is all from Rockledge Drive, and that is an existing curb cut with a drop-off loop up by the proposed residential, and then access around the back to the parking garage, as well as the loading space and trash room. As I alluded to earlier, the non-motorized circulation includes new bike lanes along Rockledge Drive, which I'll talk more about in a moment. So this is the extent that will be built in an interim condition at this time. So both sides of the road, and this shows the pedestrian circulation to the building and to the open space. So the interim road diet was recommended in the sector plan, and it does meet the 2023 LATR guidelines, and it includes the reduction of travel lanes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes with a small center median and a center turn lane. This also will be connecting to another separated bike lane facility, which will be located on the south side of Westlake Terrace / Fernwood Drive, which will be constructed as part of another development plan. But that is already planned. So this is a major win for this part of the county.
So could you just, or you can talk about it now later, so interim until what's on the east side is redeveloped, or what is the timing? I just wanted to know, we call it interim or temporary, but temporary until what project happens?
So it's only being constructed along the frontage, but it is on both sides of the road. And it's called because it is just this segment. So we're not fully, moving the existing curbs. So it will be interim until larger development comes through and we can get a bigger stretch of it, so that you're not having jerky transitions of moving your curb along.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know, right now, I was thinking that at least some of the park users, they could park around Rockledge. But if we're going to reduce it to 2 lane, the park is not public use because they cannot even park on Rockledge. I do not know if the benefit was given as a public amenity, but it's a public amenity that is not accessible by public. Because it used to be able to park maybe around Rockledge, but now that is gone.
Well, this is a question, does every park need to have park? I mean, like, there's some communities where you walk to the park, right? And I think that as it becomes more and more built out, we walk, but I think that your question about handicap accessibility, that's another, will there be some handicap parking spots on site where maybe if someone is handicapped and want to enjoy the park, they can.
But you tell me what other communities around here can walk to use this park if we want to call it public.
So there is this Montgomery Row townhouse development right here, and just to the south, the ELP Bethesda at Rock Spring is also being redeveloped. So part of the idea of this sector plan was to turn it into more of a walking community. There is the ADA parking that's located on the surface area, but I do take your point.
I just can assure you that it's not going to be used by public that much.
Right, there is also all of the office users in the area that will be able to use that. I would agree that people aren't going to be necessarily driving long distances to use this park, but the surrounding community, which through this redevelopment, we're trying to create more of a mixed-use residential, office, commercial development. Will have access to it.
Yeah, Carrie Sanders for the record. The other thing to note here, this area is kind of interesting. It was really a single-use office park for many years, but we've seen a couple of multifamily developments come online here, right, as an example, right across from the mall. A new large-scale multifamily development opened in the last few years. We have this project, and we have the project under construction for, I think, upwards of 2,000 units for the senior housing project, just within walking distance, as well as Montgomery Row, which is something Amy had pointed out earlier. So we do expect, actually, even though it used to be single-use office park, that we're going to now see people kind of walking and biking and and getting to places on foot, by bike, building out the network kind of with each new project for bicycling. So yes, I hear what you're saying about today. It may not feel quite like that, but I think in a few years, as all these things come online, it is going to be quite a different place.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It was all concrete and office building, and the idea was that to make it more active, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You want to make it active, you want to make it accessible by all mode of transportation. Walking and biking is not the only mode. There are parents with the small children that they may want to come. There are people that they want to come and play with the, all the amenities that is in the park, that it may not be easy. At least we have to provide a minimum amount of parking for people to get there, that when they build a park with this amenity, we have to make it as accessible as possible that people can get to it. That's what I'm saying. Just building it that just by walk is like a neighborhood park. I don't know, you're here if you want to have, I think this is more than neighborhood park.
Hi, so yes, Henry Coble, Parks Long Range Planning Supervisor for the record. So to your point, Vice Chair, this park really does kind of fall into the design standards of that neighborhood park type, where we expect people to be walking to it, that it doesn't have the types of facilities that sort of rise to the level where we tend to recommend or require parking for parks. And one of the reasons that we're comfortable with that is because there is, at the Cabin John Regional Park nearby, there are the types of facilities and there is plenty of parking. And then again, facilities that sort of relate to this. So folks who are looking to drive to find those sort of facilities and park uses in the area, we do think they have somewhere that they can drive to. And then this is, to Ms. Sanders' points, the sort of vision for this area as it develops and is created. It's going to be really useful and important and essential to have this type of walkable park that's not designed or needs to have space taken up by parking for folks to be able to get to. So I think important concerns and questions, but the Parks Department is pretty comfortable with the design.
So no bathroom either?
The Parks Department does think that a bathroom would be a great amenity here, but it is a POPS, and so that's something that
maybe in
as my
the
planning
office
colleague said,
building they can use it.
The applicant could
But
perhaps speak to that.
Yeah, I think the same question came up last time, and I thought
I
that,
know,
but
on the last
if I can remember, I thought that the applicant said that, maybe I'm not hearing correctly, but that during, when, like, the management office is open, that there would be, did I mishear that, or what? Okay,
Yeah, you're right. We've asked that question.
yeah.
Just continuing on briefly, we also have a forest conservation plan, F 2025-0070, associated with this plan. There is no forest on site. There's a 2.34 acre afforestation requirement, which we met off-site. There was a variance request for the removal of 5 trees, and 14 mitigation trees will be planted on site. Corrections to the staff report on both page 33 and page 39, table 5. It says no less than 5-foot wide street buffers. That needs to, I want to correct it on the record, 4-foot wide street buffers. There just isn't always enough room to fit in 5 feet. And due to some shifting of things around on table 4, page 37, there are all of these minor changes to the table, but it still meets all standards. That's the big take-home message, is that there are all of these little minor changes. And just as you received 2 additional agency letters from both Montgomery County Department of Transportation and Maryland Department State Highway Administration, They are new letters, but there are no substantive changes to those letters. It does meet all of the applicable standards.
Can I ask you a question about this chart? I'm happy you showed it. It's just a question for me to understand. Maybe I don't understand the terminology well, but there are peak hour delays that we are showing. One is for existing, one is for background, and one is for future. When you add these three together, the total is less than what it was before. You think that the delay should be more than what it is when you add all the other ones together. I couldn't understand, so maybe I don't understand the delay that you're talking about, the peak hour delay.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor, Mid-County. Basically, the background, and the total future. Existing counts what is on the roads today. Background counts what is on the roads plus what's been approved. And then total future is accounting for the new development layered on top. There are some adjustments that are made here for signal timing and other mitigations that are factored in that aren't readily apparent. And so they don't necessarily compound, and each one adds
That's what I was
from
thinking.
one step to
I
the
was
next.
thinking that each one adds another more delay because it's more traffic, but strange enough, it was less. I said, okay, something is
Right,
not
and that's to
adding up.
reflect mitigation, which could include signal retiming
I see.
or other projects.
Okay, okay. So these are then after mitigation done. Okay, thank you.
And with that, staff recommends approval of preliminary plan number, I don't know why I've got a 3, the 1/2025-0020 with conditions, site plan number 8/2025-0020 with conditions, and forest conservation plan number F/2025-0070 with conditions. Yes, yes.
Thank you so
Sorry.
much.
Dyslexic moment.
Yeah, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you. Excuse my voice, I lost it a few weeks ago and still hasn't fully come back. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the applicant, the NRP Group. I wanted to just address a couple of the questions that came up first. We don't have a formal presentation beyond what was thoroughly done by the staff. But I wanted to answer the couple questions and then give an opportunity. I have Josh Wooldridge with the NRP Group. He has a prepared statement he wanted to address the board, and then I would close after he makes his statement. So just to go back to the privately owned public open space park, a lot of words, but it is open to the public. It is a public park. But as you heard from the Parks Department, it is not a regional facility. It was designed to really meet the need of the desires of the Rock Springs Sector Plan to create more active recreational use that was neighborhood focused. And so as staff indicated, there are communities here already in Rock Spring, both residential but significant office users during the day. And I think the work culture has been evolving, and even the workforce has a need to have outdoor time during the workday even, or even immediately after work to take some time and play pickleball or do something and more local before they head back to wherever they're commuting from. So we really envision this will be a public park. In the sense of it's not limited to the residents of this particular community. It's open to the existing office users on this site, which is separate from the multifamily, obviously, but they're members of the public. They're office users that can access. There will be, like I said, existing residents in the townhouse community and to the south of Westlake. So, we do envision that. And as stated by the Parks Department, no, there is no public parking on this site. And I just wanted to clarify if there was any confusion or anything. The surface parking lot, that there is no parking that is designated for park users. that surface parking lot is limited to really the office park use. If you see the lot line that was created with Lot 1 and Lot 2, that surface parking lot is actually part of Lot 2. So it remains part of the office park, or the existing office building use. They need it. And we actually will have an easement for a few spaces to use for the office, the leasing management employees of the multifamily building. But really that whole surface parking area is really not even open to the residents of the multifamily project. All of the multifamily residents' parking is will be met by the new garage that is being constructed as part of the wrap design of the building. So I just wanted to clarify that. And to the extent that Rockledge, another policy desire of planning is to have the road diet. And yes, there are 2 lanes right now in both directions, and the desire is to eliminate, a lane in each direction. So we'll lose a lane, but incorporating separated bike lanes. And because of that, I don't think that there's parking allowed on Rockledge now even, but because of the bike lanes, there obviously won't be any parking along there. Those are all policies that we were asked as the applicant to meet both the active recreational desires of your plans as well as the transportation, road diet vision envisioned by the plan. And just to clarify, even though it says interim, it is not interim for purposes of the stretch that we're constructing. This project will be constructing the full section, not just on our frontage, but across all of Rockledge Drive in this segment. And I think it's called interim because the road diet, the full extent of the road diet, continues north along the Lockheed Martin building and further towards Rockledge Boulevard. I mean, Amy, if you wanted to put back the aerial photo, you can see it's a Rockledge Drive curves, and we're on the Westlake, I think that one. So if you could see Westlake Terrace down on the bottom, and then Rockledge Drive along our frontage, we will construct from our northeastern property corner down to Westlake Terrace, that segment of Rockledge Drive. But then Rockledge Drive going north, as you see Lockheed Martin, their frontage, it curves and extends and connects in a T intersection with Rockledge Boulevard. So that plan to fully construct the road diet all the way there will be done by others or done by the county. And that's the only reason why it's called interim, because it's only partially being implemented.
But is it at least the road diet would be done at the same time, or the road diet just going to happen in front of you and then it's going to go to 4-lane again?
The latter. So the road diet, it will be implemented, just our segment, with the construction of the multifamily project. And then the remaining Rockledge Drive will be 4 lanes until either another property comes forward for redevelopment or the county completes the road diet as part of a CIP.
Yeah, it makes sense. At least they do the road diet, and then the bikeway could be done later, because it's really no value, just a short section. It's like about 1/3 of the length of the Rockledge would be done here.
Rebecca Torma with MCDOT. The road diet is basically adding the bike lanes. So the existing pavement section is 2 travel lanes in each direction, and we're taking one of those travel lanes to add a bike lane and a concrete median. So the bike lanes will happen with the road diet. The road diet is essentially bike lanes.
Yeah, but county has no plan while this work is done to extend it, to finish it up.
No, but we try to make it so that it ends at a specific point, so it's a right turn lane. It's similar in the sense that we have where the newer townhouses went in, And we took that, we took one of the travel lanes and made it a parking lane. So that's a potential for the rest of it if we don't have funds to do anything. But it will terminate on the north side, I guess, or the top side of it, at some point into a driveway.
So at least that area could be used as parking. Until,
Yes, that is the potential,
that
yes.
something could be done interim.
I mean, as far as our project, we can't do anything about it.
And one other thing that I know Amy mentioned earlier, Carrie Sanders for the record, the Bethesda ELP project, the Erickson Living project, is also implementing bike lanes with the road diet, which is going to connect directly to this partial, I'm going to call it a partial road diet project. That one, Amy, I don't know if you're able to show on the screen with your cursor, but it comes from the I-270 spur down to Democracy Boulevard. So it's a bike lane intervention as well as a road diet that fronts the ELP Bethesda at Rock Spring property.
The old Marriott headquarters on
Yes.
Fernwood, there'll be a bike lane on there.
Yep. So eventually these two projects will provide connectivity for the Montgomery Road townhouses, for the Oarsman Ford site plan, multifamily, and kind of knitting knitting those communities better together with walking and biking.
And before I turn to Josh to make a statement, I wanted to address the public restroom question. If you recall, we did discuss it briefly at the sketch plan phase of this project, and we committed to looking into it, and we did. And the NRP group did look into it, and it discussed with their investors and internally. As a result of those discussions, however, it came to light due to liability, insurance liability maintenance, and just overall safety concerns for ongoing maintenance of that bathroom, and just securing as a security kind of, and this is in perpetuity. And we're talking about, this is a public active recreational space for this Rock Spring area that needs to be maintained, even just the public facility, accessible facility is being maintained by the project, the owner of the project, and the developer and any future owner. And that's a huge lift. I mean, they're maintaining a public park. And on top of that, to say, there's no commercial element in this. It's just a multifamily residential apartment building. And while, a lot of these desires, I think, in concept, it seems like a good idea, but when you take a step back and you think, okay, this is not a regional facility, and not even the county's regional facility and parks in and around the county, not every park has a public restroom, and there's a reason. It becomes a burden that's tremendously difficult to bear, and it's one that a single apartment building, it just was too much. We're doing the park, we're doing a road diet, it's just, and this is infill development that has a lot of issues just in terms of connecting to existing utilities even. I mean, while the Rock Spring plan, sector plan, envisioned some redevelopment of this space, when the office building was built, I don't think things were planned out, the underground, the utility connections and things. This is going to be a difficult build. And we've just begun. I mean, in concept, it's feasible, but just everything together, I think it was one ask too much that the project could not justify and bear. So we committed to looking at it, and we did look at it very, took an effort at really thinking about if we could accommodate, but it was something that we could not deliver.
All right. Would you like to make your presentation?
Thank you very much. Members of the Planning Board, good afternoon. My name is Josh Wooldridge, and I represent the NRP Group, the applicant in this case. Thanks for just a few brief moments to address you guys this afternoon. NRP is the largest multifamily developer nationwide who builds housing across the entire affordability continuum. Our Mid-Atlantic operations are based here in Montgomery County, and we have about 50 employees. First and foremost, I wanted to thank Park and Planning staff for their continued collaboration, creativity, and partnership. While this project does appear to be a vacant parcel, building infill multifamily within an existing and operating business park was incredibly and somewhat even surprising to us, complex. One of the things that Sue just touched on is that all of the utilities that feed the office complex come through the multifamily parcel today. So that's going to be a significant cost. I urge staff and the planning board to keep an open mind when considering these projects in the future, as these types of sites are likely to be almost our entire source of new housing projects going forward. Less than a decade ago, Rock Spring was arguably still the premier employment center in the county. It's amazing how quickly things can change. It's absolutely critical that we continue the work of Erickson, EYA, who came before us, to continue to bring a vibrant mix of uses to this park. If we're fortunate enough to earn approvals, the hardest work of financing the project will begin in earnest. If you'll indulge me for a second, I want to address our local housing crisis here in Montgomery County. Despite the recent sort of records in multifamily housing stock delivered, which mirrors national trends, I believe we're rapidly approaching a moment in time where there's the potential that there won't be any privately financed multifamily projects under construction in all of Montgomery County. And again, that's projects by the private sector that don't have the benefit of major public subsidy. Some of the nation's most talented real estate developers call Montgomery County home, but don't necessarily develop or build here. Our county decisions, policy decisions matter greatly, and they're instantly analyzed around the world by the capital markets. I'll close with a real-time example of this. We're getting ready to open the doors of our new 388-unit project, The Logic at White Oak, the first new project to deliver in East County in over 40 years. With no advertising, sight unseen, essentially drive-by pedestrian traffic, we've had around 800 individuals sign up on our website for the project. To put that in context, that's unheard of. A typical project, we might see 100 or 200 folks kind of sign up before the project opens. We think that about 60% of those folks are looking for MPDUs. So we think that the remaining 40% of those 800 folks are looking for market rate. While that might be great for NRP, as the nation's largest builder of housing for folks regardless of income, I can't really stress enough how unhealthy of a sign that is for our micro housing market. So again, thank you for your time and everything that you guys do for us. And again, thanks to staff. All of these projects are like a Rubik's Cube, but this one even more so in an office park that's existing and operational. And I will add, seems to be filling back up. So that's another kind of added complexity of the adjacent office assets. So again, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your, talking about the challenges of creating housing in the county or anywhere. But so I appreciate that. So
if I could,
okay.
I just wanted to, just one more minute. I just wanted to say that this really took all hands. And, I've been doing this for, I hate to admit how many years, and it's getting harder and not easier. But on this one, it was complex. There were a lot of moving parts. And just top down, working with your mid-county team was amazing. Just, I've done a number of projects, but meeting with both Carrie and Matt very early on and understanding the complexities very early on. They worked with us to iron out, wrinkles. But then just wanted to personally acknowledge Amy, Lindsay, and her work here, because it's been a difficult several months, both just on this project, but also personally for her. And so the fact that we're here today, I was holding my breath because I realized just this morning that we hadn't had a regulatory extension. So this is a 120-day project. And that's just, to me, for all of the things that we've been dealing with, it's amazing. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. Yep, it doesn't surprise us of your praise for the Mid-County team. You know, they really go to make it happen. And it's also a collaboration working with developers. I've been in your shoes at one time, so I know, you know, these deals, they only get tougher when there's less and less land. So thank you. Any comments or questions from the board, or any that you'd like to bring up? Well, I just have a couple things. Right? Yeah, so I love that you're making the commitment to move forward with this project. Hope the economic conditions out there become more and more favorable. So it's, you know, you definitely move forward with it. It's a large number of units, which we definitely, we need more housing. We've always been preaching that. And this is providing, as I recall, 15% MPDUs, which is so needed. So thank you. I had a couple questions. One is, have you considered, as long as it's economically favorable for you, putting any solar on the property? Like I see you have that large
On the roof?
garage there, you know, like putting solar on the top. I mean, as you move forward, would you at least consider, if you find it economically viable? I know it from a environmentally sustainable piece, that's good to have, but if it can make it work, there's not going to be any condition. It just as you go through, can you just at least think about that?
It's something that we've done all over the country. Certainly this project, as a company, all of our projects reach really the highest levels of feasibility when it comes to sustainability metrics. We're constantly analyzing the solar rules, and so I've got a lot of projects I can show you where we've done it. And all comes down to, as you guys wouldn't be surprised, sort of the tax subsidies by state,
right,
and which are always changing in both directions, believe it or not. So it's absolutely something that we'll look at. We do have the parking garage here. Those are a really logical place to do that. And it's something that we kind of analyze for every project anyway.
Great, thank you. And one for staff. I'm sorry.
Could I just make one suggestion? This is an aside, but you know, I do represent solar, community solar companies, and what I've heard is that DC, Pepco in DC has, the return is so much higher that a lot of buildings in DC are like gold mine, you know, to implement solar on the rooftops. And so there's something about Pepco in Montgomery County that is, the margins are just really small, that it just, that's why you don't see a lot of existing commercial buildings really being incentivized to incorporate on their rooftops.
Yeah.
So I just provide that.
Does that, it'd be interesting to talk more about this at some point, but do you have a sense for, is that just a difference in coming back to incentives from the state of Maryland relative to
No,
TEC, or
that has to do with the rate return, and I can introduce you to my solar client,
Yeah.
and they can come in and talk to you if you want.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. I'd heard that. I mean, the SRECs in
SRECs, yes.
in these, but some parts of Montgomery County, because they're on the DC line.
Exactly.
So I know that there's some, but I think the laws are changing, and maybe they're, you know, by the time you maybe really get going on this, maybe some things could change. I know there's a lot of push, yeah, for that. And then the last is for staff. You know, on the bike separated bike lanes, I thought I read it was like 6.5 feet, but the walkways are 7 feet. It was just a little interesting to me that a walkway could be wider than a separated. So the separated bike lane is a two-way bike lane, right? Oh, okay. It's just on each side. It's 6.5 on each side. Okay. No. I thought it was a two-way that was it's not two-way 6.5. It's just. Okay, great. I'm good.
Right.
All right.
And we are working within existing infrastructure. So for example, the sidewalks are all existing. There's no curb being moved or anything. So, you know, it's a little different from a greenfield project where maybe we might want to do something different.
No, I misunderstood, so sorry about that, yeah. So I'm all for this project. You know, it's, you know, the number of units, the MPDUs, the quality, you know, the designs, and the large privately owned public park. So thank you. So thank you. Any other questions?
Just wanted to thank you as well, and thanks for your thoughts on kind of the overall context in which you all are working and, working with us within. So it's always helpful to kind of hear more about what's going on. This neighborhood is going to be totally transformed in the next, whenever these things come up, hopefully relatively soon, but whenever the financing can come through. And it's going to, go a long way to potentially several thousands of residents coming in the next 5 to 10 years. So a lot of changes, but hopefully positive changes, and creating much more of a kind of walkable area in this, in this part of the county. So yeah, thanks for persevering through what sounds like a really difficult project. And yeah, look forward to the next steps.
And we're all going to learn how to play bocce. Right? Yeah. So do I have a motion? Well, I guess we'll do three. Yeah, it's for this project. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1, 2025-0020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve site plan number 8, 2025-0020, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, aye, 5-0. And lastly, do I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0070, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much. We look forward to your project moving forward. And that's our last item of the day. We will see you next Thursday. Thank you.